Secretary Redu, will you please call the roll?
Wow.
Regent Bartel?
Here.
Regent Bradley?
Here.
Regent Crane? Here. Regent Danae Davis? Here. Regent Stan Davis?
Here.
Regent Drew? Regent Evers? Regent Falvo?
Here.
Regent Loftus?
Here.
Regent Benedict?
Here.
Regent Pruitt?
Here.
Regent Smith?
Here.
Regent Spector?
Here.
Regent Batson?
Here.
Regent Walsh?
Here.
Regent Windad?
Here.
Regent Womack? Here. A quorum is present.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see everyone again so soon after our last meeting. Our meeting today is one of our deep dive sessions, and we have several topics up for discussion. I just thought I'd line up the agenda so everyone is aware of it. This morning we will take a closer look at preparing quality teachers for the new urban education reality. I know this is an issue of great concern to a lot of the members of this board, and I'm sure everybody's sort of engaged and interested in that conversation. We'll then break for lunch, a longer than usual break, so that we can take in the special display of Growth Agenda showcase posters in the Alumni Lounge. And when we reconvene, we will have an update and discussion concerning the 2011-13 biennial budget. Promises to be a full day, so I would suggest we get started. This morning, as I said, our focus is preparing quality teachers for the new urban education reality. This topic was suggested to us by the Education Committee, and we agreed that it warranted full discussion by the full board. When we talk about the new urban education reality, we're referring primarily to Wisconsin's and the nation's changing demographics. As most of us are aware, the students in Wisconsin's elementary, middle, and secondary schools are an increasingly diverse group, and that diversity manifests itself racially, ethnically, linguistically, and economically. This presents new challenges for teachers who must adapt their instructional styles or methods to meet the evolving needs of their students. We know that the UW system's teacher education programs prepare the majority of Wisconsin's teachers, and for that reason, this board needs to pay continued and continuous attention to how we can best prepare quality teachers for today's and tomorrow's classrooms. It gets even more complicated. Along with this new demographic reality, there is obviously a new fiscal reality facing education in this state. As recently presented, the governor's budget proposes almost $900 million in cuts to the K-12 arena. I know many of us are deeply concerned about what that means to Wisconsin's tradition of and commitment to high-quality public schools for the state's residents.
I don't know if you're making time. It is, okay.
Is it on now? Can people hear? Okay. Nonetheless, this session needs to focus on what we can control and what we can do from within our own spheres of influence. And let me now turn to Senior Vice President Rebecca Martin to introduce our special guest speaker and a panel of educators who are here to help us gain a better understanding of Wisconsin's new education reality. Rebecca?
Thank you, Regent President Pruitt. We're very excited about the opportunity to focus today's deep dive discussion on the preparation of quality teachers through what has to be a more culturally responsive lens in order to meet the needs of Wisconsin's new educational reality and the students in that reality. There is nobody in Wisconsin and probably in the country who is more qualified to lead us in that discussion than Dr. Gloria Ladson-Billings, the Kellner Family Chair in Urban Education and Professor of Curriculum and Instruction and Educational Policy Studies at UW-Madison. Regent Davis has been asking us to bring Dr. Ladson-Billings to speak to the board for years. So, Danae, we're finally delivering on that request. The executive summary in the Regents materials provides a sense of the richness and importance of Dr. Ladson-Billings' work and of why she is one of the nation's preeminent teacher, researcher, practitioners of teacher education. Her 1994 monograph, The Dream Keepers, Successful Teachers of African American Children, is still a staple in education school syllabi across the country and an inspiring read for lay people as well. She has been a proponent of inclusive excellence long before we began to speak about it here and adopt it as our framework for the system's diversity and equity work. And her reframing of the achievement gap as an education debt, which I hope we can probe more deeply today, is not only provocative but constitutes a paradigm shift that is critical. We have got to figure this out. As institutions that prepare teachers, as a system of public higher education whose connectedness with and interdependence on the K-12 sector cannot be overstated, and as a state that has got to do better in educating that wider and deeper slice of its young people. Joining us today, along with Dr. Latson-Billings, are a panel of other educators who are deeply invested in figuring this out. Delois Brown, a teacher from the Ralph H. Metcalf Elementary School in Milwaukee, who received her teacher preparation at UWM. James Shaw, superintendent of the Racine Unified School District, and Katie Hennig, Dean of the College of Education and Professional Studies at UW-Whitewater. And we hope they will give you a different perspective, each of them, on these issues. So here's the proposed format for this morning. Dr. Latson-Billings will speak first, and we will then take a break for questions that you may have directly to her. Then the three panelists will make some brief remarks, followed by questions directed at them, and then we will open it up for a full discussion, inviting others in the room to participate. You may remember that the executive summary did pose two very broad policy questions, and we will put those up on the screen at the end of the presentation so that we can consider those along with other issues that may be raised by the discussion. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Latson-Billings. Yes.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
Good. Thank you, President Riley and the Board of Regents for this invitation. And unless I have been living under a rock, I am quite aware I am not the most important item on your agenda.
You're the more important item.
Yes. I sent you a rather cryptic PowerPoint for a reason. I'm one of these people who believes it's not the PowerPoint. It's actually what people have to say. So this PowerPoint doesn't say very much because I don't want you just sitting around reading. I want you to think about some of the issues that I want to bring forward. So as was stated, we're going to spend some time talking about preparing quality teachers for the new urban education reality, but we can't talk about that in a vacuum. So 20 years ago, did you ever imagine that you'd have something in your pocket that could send you messaging, could take photographs, that could collect all your music for you? Or did you ever imagine 20 years ago that you didn't have to go to the bookstore to get a book? That the book would come to you in a matter of seconds? Or that you could have thousands of songs on a little device? Or even stranger, you could drive a car that didn't need any gas. And a roundabout now, that probably sounds pretty good. So think about all of these magnificent things that have happened within the last 2 decades. And yet, we have classrooms that don't look very different than they did at the mid-century, mid-20th century. So one of the things that I want to talk about is, first of all, how did urban become a dirty word? You have the disadvantage of having someone who spent 3 years in Latin through Cicero. So I'm always pulling up Latin stuff. And that the word city itself comes from the Latin word civitas, or civis, meaning citizens. In many ways, cities help define us as civilized. And the word urban means characteristic of the city. Indeed, to be urbane is to be sophisticated, is to be refined, is to be elegant. And yet we have allowed urban to be a code word for derogation, disintegration, and for chaos. And so I want us to resurrect the true meaning of urban so that when we can talk about urban schools, we are talking about the finest schools. We're talking about urban schools, we're talking about the places we want everybody to emulate. And so I want to put the context of my remarks into 2 themes. The first one dealing with closing the opportunity gap. In the introduction, it talked about the fact that I moved away from achievement gap to education debt, and that's a whole other discussion. But I want us to talk about an opportunity gap versus an achievement gap. Because many of the kids who are struggling in our schools are not struggling because they don't have the intellect. They're not struggling because they don't have cognitive skills. There's certain opportunities they don't have. They don't have a qualified physics teacher, then how are they supposed to be a good physics student? So we need to think about the way in which we've got to close that opportunity gap and make sure kids get the right opportunities. And then the second theme is about creating a vision for what kind of society we want to be. Now, I know this sounds somewhat utopian, but I'm a firm believer that if you don't have a target in mind, there's no way to get there. What's the vision? Where do you want to be? What do you want to have in place? And so one of the visions, I think, is can we revitalize our cities and urban communities, in this case our schools, without destroying the people? I'm originally from Philadelphia, and one of the things that, people brag about the University of Pennsylvania, and one of the things I always point out to them is, my house used to be right here where this building is. In other words, in building the university, neighborhoods were destroyed. And so we've got to think how to be smart about how we revitalize cities. You don't just revitalize cities by pushing all the people out and bringing in another set of people. You've got to really figure out how we all can participate. So let me just give you a little bit of background that you probably already know. But when you think about college readiness in Wisconsin, when we look at the ACT, the benchmarks for whether or not youngsters are ready to participate and do well in college are that they score at least an 18 in English, a 22 in math, a 21 in reading, and a 24 in science. One of the things that wasn't read in my biography is that I spent 7 years on the athletic board here at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and 3 of them as the campus's Big Ten faculty reps. And one of the things that I got a clear indication of is that a Wisconsin player is different from a Florida player, no disrespect to Florida, in that we are clear about how far down the ACT we can go. There is no point in bringing a youngster to this campus with less than a 19 overall profile, because we don't really offer any remediation. We have 1 remedial course on the books at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. So we've got to look at what are the benchmarks that our kids have to hit in order to be successful. Well, the percent of Wisconsin students that meet all 4 of those benchmarks is 31%. We're better than the rest of the nation in that most U.S. students that meet all 4 of those benchmarks is 24%. But 31% is nothing to brag about. We wouldn't want to be running businesses and industries with 31% success rates. We look at the statewide performance on the ACT. I don't know if I've got this thingy. Okay. This red line is the Wisconsin statewide performance from 2006 to 2010. The black line is the U.S. performance. So we do better than the nation. But those are not huge differences from 21 to 22. We do about a point better on average. But who participates in the ACT? Who is taking the exam? Well, the percent of ACT tested high school graduates broken down in this chart by race and ethnicity indicate that most of the kids taking the ACT are white. Only 4% of them were black in 2006, and that has risen to 7%, but that's a minimal rise. And only 3% of them are Latino. So we do have to have more kids actually participating in actually taking the test to be ready to participate in college. And then we also know that some student groups are more prepared than others. So if, for example, we look at the percent of our ACT tested high school graduates that meet those benchmarks in those subject areas, you can see that only 27% of the African American students who do take the test meet the English benchmark. So that means, more than 70% of them are not meeting the English benchmark. Of the Latino Hispanic population, 46%. If you looked at college algebra, it's even worse. That only 8% of African American students who are taking the ACT, so we're not talking about the kids who not even thinking about college. These are kids who take the test because they're thinking, well, maybe I'll go to college. Only 8% of African Americans who take that test are ready for college algebra. So if that's the context in which we're working, what are some, quote, policy implications concerning this opportunity gap? Well, the first one is that we have to ensure that urban classrooms are staffed with highly qualified teachers. And I know that phrase has been bandied about since 2002. I am not talking about whatever NCLB says. I am talking about we have to determine as a state what constitutes a highly qualified teacher. And how do we make sure those teachers end up in urban classrooms? What we are seeing across the nation is that urban kids are getting the least well prepared. They are getting those folks who might be bright and eager, but they come through alternative routes like Teach for America. This is not a knock against Teach for America, but you don't want to flood a school with brand new people. Everything in the research tells us that the first few years of teaching are the worst. Anybody who's been a teacher doesn't want to go back and relive that first year. It was terrible. So we know we need experienced teachers in the classroom. We need them in urban classrooms. We also have to guarantee that urban students receive an enriched curriculum. I can't do well on a college algebra test if I haven't had a good algebra preparation. If what you've given me is what one of my colleagues calls checkbook math, when the truth of the matter is I probably will never have a checkbook, that is disingenuous and unethical. They have to have the kind of curriculum that helps prepare them to be able to function at a 4-year or 2-year institution. We also have to invest in upfront preschool and early childhood education. We have good, solid data that tells us that early childhood education, preschool education, buys us so much. Many of you may remember the old Fram oil filter commercial where the man said, "You can pay me now, or you can pay me later." As a state, we've been happy to pay later. And we pay later in a burgeoning prison population. We're happy to spend $35,000 a year on a prisoner, but not $12,000 on a 5-year-old. I don't understand that logic. So we do have to be able to invest up front. And of course, it's the easy one, right? You have to fight for adequate funding. In this particular time, that's going to be the big enchilada here. How do we get people to understand that you cannot do this for free? The policy implications that I think are linked to what I've called this new social vision is that we have to support leadership, innovation, and risk-taking at the school and classroom level. The reason why choice and charter has become such an attractive option for people is because within them there's more opportunity to do some different things, that we don't just all have to do the same things in the same ways. I'm probably quoting a former Milwaukee school superintendent who said we don't need a system of public school, we need systems of public schools. In other words, every school doesn't have to look exactly the same, doing exactly the same thing. We have to all be shooting for the same target. Several years ago, when I was on an equity review committee for the Madison schools, I gave them the metaphor of going to Chicago. If we all leave Madison to go to Chicago, we don't all have to go there the same way. Some of you will go down 90. You'll pay more tolls, but you'll go down 90. Some of you are cheap like me. You're going to go through Milwaukee and go 94. And some of you are downright stingy like my husband, and you're going to do like 39, and you're going to cut over. But the point is, we can all get to Chicago. Similarly, we've got to have enough latitude in our schools and in our districts to say this is where you have to get to. But how you get there is really up to you. Okay. We also have to maximize technology as a tool for both teaching and learning. There still is a digital divide. Yes, there's computers in everybody's school. They're ubiquitous. But what are kids doing with those computers? Are kids just using those computers as electronic workbooks? Or are they programming, gaming, coming up with a variety of other things to do? And are our teachers equipped? You know, one of the wonderful things about this technology is if you have a young person in your home, you don't have to do the work. You know, everything that I can do technologically is done by my daughter. She said to me, "Mom, are you doing another one of them boring PowerPoints?" And I explained to her that I'm a boring person who talks about boring things to boring people. So, she wants me to have music and things that pop up and dance. And I'm like, no, it's good. People I talk to, they can hang with this. But we do have to be much more technologically integrated, not just as an adjunct. My fear is that technology will become what TV became. In the 1950s, when TV started to become more prominent, educators were fearful. And they said things like, oh, the TV is going to take the place of the teacher. And so instead of being engaged with television and the content, we fought it. And we didn't win. You know, I think that potential exists again with technology. And that we've got to find a way to be engaged with the technology so that our teachers and our students can use it in a variety of ways. We also have to commit funding to the preparation of teachers who agree to teach in urban districts. Many of the students who come through our programs don't want to teach in urban schools, and it has to do with that first point I made about urban being a dirty word. So we have to have incentives and say to people, if you commit to teaching in this community, here are some things that we can do for you that we wouldn't do for you if you choose to be in suburban communities. I give you the example of the revitalization of the teacher corps model. We had a teacher corps here in Wisconsin well before I got here, where the university, in tandem with people who are interested in teaching and committed to teaching in urban communities, were able to build a wonderful cohort of young people who wanted to go out and teach in those places. And then finally, I think that the Board of Regents has to recommit the university to the broad mission of preparing teachers, and I know that you had a June 2001 initiative to do that. What's been the follow-up on that? How have we followed through with that? I know that my campus here, Madison, has done a couple things. But the notion of the broad mission of preparing teachers is not that preparing teaching resides solely in schools and colleges and departments of education, but that the university itself engages in the preparation of teachers as an important aspect, particularly in a public environment. I think one thing I want to just underscore, because I know you have a lot of different things on your agenda, and some of these things often overlap, but the partnership that the University of Wisconsin-Madison has with UW-Milwaukee over the Urban Institute is not going anywhere. In other words, no matter what decisions get made about Madison, that partnership is independent because we have made a commitment to the Urban Institute and the preparation of urban teachers. So I think I want to stop there and allow you to ask questions, challenge me, send me out of the room, make me sit in the corner.
Regent Crane.
How do we get the most qualified teachers into urban classes?
Well, it's interesting. I just came back from Stockholm Sunday. And in Scandinavia, one of the things that struck me is how valued, number one, teachers are. And, of course, we've been making all these invidious comparisons between us and Finland, and I don't actually think they stand up well. But one of the things I do know about Finnish teachers is that they are supported for their education through undergraduate through the master's degree. If you're going to be a teacher, the state says, we're going to pay for this. So that, trust me, you can pick and choose if you're telling people we're actually going to pay the freight for you. That's one strategy.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Regent Bartel.
In the materials, I was intrigued with your comment that teachers who can effectively educate racially, culturally, and linguistically diverse students is a requirement. How do we train students, train teachers to do that? That's a very broad criteria.
It's a very broad criteria, and it seems impossible if you believe that what leaves the university is a finished product. But that's not true. So what I say to my students all the time is, I don't care how many A's are on your transcript. When you leave here, you will be a beginner. And beginners will make mistakes. Beginners will have to take longer to do certain things. But what we can do in our preparation programs is to begin to help young people develop the kind of dispositions and attitudes towards lifelong learning so that they can be more prepared. I know there's a lot of debate about what happens in teacher ed programs, but the truth of the matter is that that debate should be in almost every professional program because, you know, I could take every course that the law school offered. It wouldn't make me a lawyer. What makes me a lawyer is that I get out there and I practice law. Well, similarly, what makes you a teacher is you begin to practice. So it's hard to learn these things if you're in a vacuum and you're not in environments. The reason we have the Milwaukee Partnership is that we realize that our students need to be in urban classrooms and to be able to take advantage of what we call the wisdom of practice. There are great teachers out there who can help bring them along, but we can't think of them as leaving our programs and being, quote, finished.
Regent Davis.
I am so very glad, Rebecca, that we're having this conversation, and I really, really, really am thrilled to meet you and hear you, and thank you very much for sharing your wisdom. I wonder, I have an impression, I think you know that I run a nonprofit for girls who are like 90-something% of color. Mm-hmm. And I have the impression that unlike when I was young, girl, let's call it that, the dirty word or impression of the profession of teaching permeates among our students. Mm-hmm. So that out of all the girls I know, as an example, this is going to be an anecdotal shared question, anecdotal at least shared question. There's very few of them that want to be a teacher. And I'm presuming, therefore, that my experience among my girls is probably reflected in the schools and colleges of ed as well, meaning that there aren't a whole lot of students of color who are choosing the profession. Right. So what are some of the things we should do, if you agree that we should do something, to encourage them to not view the profession as a dirty profession, so to speak, and get them to want to aspire to, I think it's a major way of giving back.
Yeah, there are, and I don't think it's just true of students of color. I don't think most students come to the university wanting to be teachers because of the way in which the profession has been so vilified. I do think, however, that there are a number of professionals out there who would love to teach because they figured out that because somebody pushed them and said, don't be a teacher, and they took the job, in the bank. I hope I haven't offended a banker, but they don't like it.
Regent Balbo, would you like to be heard?
Okay, banks are very nice. My money is in the bank.
Not under the mattress.
Right, it's not under a mattress. But a lot of, we have few pathways back into the profession. So that's one thing that's a pretty easy fix, I think, in the development of post-baccalaureate certification, which we're actually trying to do in our secondary program at UW-Madison. But the other thing that's sort of interesting to me is if you've ever been to a career fair at a school, there's one career that is totally vacant. Teaching. So we're often our own worst enemies because we bring in the astronauts and the architects and the accountants, but we don't bring in a teacher. So part of career development also has to include a sense of teaching is a career and that it has any number of perks as well as challenges. So I think those two things we can do is we can improve career development, but we can also have other pathways to bring people in. We do a weird thing, I think, when we think that 18-year-olds can make lifelong decisions. And I think, particularly talk about urban schools, we really need mature people to decide to be in urban schools. I'm not knocking people who are younger than me, but I'm suggesting that the challenge that was brought up here of urban schools actually requires some level of maturity. You know, and a 21-year-old is a 21-year-old. They have 21 years of experience. They don't have 35 years of experience. So there are a variety of other things I think we can do. Internships. You know, some people have the jobs they have because they got a chance to try out the job. But we don't have many pathways for trying out teaching.
Regent Loftus.
Well, yesterday was a dark day for teachers in Wisconsin.
Yep.
Today will be a darker day. Monday will be a total eclipse. You're looking at a future that recruiting people to go into this profession will be a difficult task, and keeping people in this profession will be equally as hard. I think as the bill now stands that anything more than a cost of living increase would have to be put to a vote of the voters in the school district. You're looking at years of turmoil here, division with the teachers as the enemy. So you have a suppression of wages and benefits, you know, going forward. And you didn't think you were going to get out of this room without this question.
Oh, this is actually
right,
you're my setup question.
Yeah. Okay.
That'll be
First of a kind here today.
So what's your comment?
I have a wonderful quote hanging up in my home office that's from Derek Bell. It says, just because something is impossible doesn't mean it's not worth doing. I take the long view. I used to be a history teacher. I'm sorry. I know that's why the boring works for me. And I know that the moment we are in is a horrible moment, but I'm not convinced that we won't have some victory out of this moment. Now, it may not be in the next few years, but I think the long view, and I think the public sentiment has turned. I was in Michigan on Monday after I came in from Stockholm, and the other speaker who was on this panel with me is better known, sold a lot more books. But when they said where I was from, the entire room jumped up and erupted. What's happening here, particularly as a kind of peaceful happening, but exercise of freedom and democracy, I think we'll have ultimately a good turnout. Now, how can I say this? I can say this because I'm only 3 generations out of chattel slavery. I'm only 2 generations out of sharecropping. I am 1 generation away from legal apartheid. But I'm the Kellner Family Chair of Urban Education at the University of Wisconsin. Every generation has a task. And the task that we have is not harder than slavery. It's not harder than sharecropping. It's not even harder than strict segregation. This is our task. We actually, we're the people we're looking for. We're the people we've been waiting for. So I'm not what you would call an optimist, but I am hopeful. My daughter says I'm a pessimist. I'm optimistic, but I'm pissed off.
Very good. Regent basket.
I understand the topic is about teachers and teacher preparation, and notwithstanding the talk about charter schools and choice schools in Milwaukee and all of that, I believe that going into the future, the vast majority of urban children will still be educated in 3 public schools under the auspices or the direction of school boards. What are your thoughts about urban school boards as we go into the future? I mean, because ultimately they are the ones that are charged with the responsibility of guiding, directing, stewardship, all sorts of things. What are your thoughts around that?
Well, as I told you, I'm originally from Philadelphia. So I have to chuckle when people talk about mayoral control of the schools. I'm like, that's a new idea? In 1968, Frank Rizzo was in charge of the schools. He picked every school board member. We don't elect school board members in Philadelphia. And everybody knows how much better the Philadelphia schools are than any other school district in the The issue of school boards is about learning boardsmanship. That's the major issue when I go to school board meetings. I've been to school board meetings across this country, and school boards not understanding the difference between policy making and administration. And when they slough over into those 2 things, things go badly. So just as I said, we have to have a target for where we want these kids to be. School boards have to have a target as to where they want to go. What's the mission of what they want to do? And they need to just forget about all this other stuff that isn't directed towards the mission. But boardsmanship takes cultivation and development. And you just can't do that if all you're doing is jumping over into the administrative aspect of it. I remind school boards, they don't like it, but I remind them that they have 1 employee, 1, the superintendent. And they've got to believe that that person is the right person to do the job. When they begin to say, well, that's not the right person, or I'm going to do it a different way, that's when you have this fractiousness. So learning to be board members is the most important thing boards can do. There's something like 14,000 school districts in this country. That's a lot of school board members.
Thank you.
Regent Womack.
Yes. Thank you very much for coming here, and I'm still optimistic. Dr. Billings, I want to know what keeps me up at night is not necessarily the urban freshman, but the urban kindergartner. And I want to know from you if you have experienced any bright spots around our state as we prepare our children for 4K and kindergarten. Because since 2000, kindergarten has become first grade.
Yes.
And we have students, children that are coming into our schools, even at 4K, who are behind.
Right.
And that's a steep hill.
Well, a couple of things. Number one, that the curriculum has ratcheted up so much for kindergarten, because, and if you talk to the specialists in early childhood, they say this is not the curriculum that we envisioned. You know, kindergarten is pretty much about how do I become civilized, right? How do I learn how to play with the person beside me? But not anymore. So we got these little fingers grabbing a pencil that they don't even have motor skills for. And we have, you know, Diane Rabbit said the other night, you know, if it moves, we measure it. You know, and if it doesn't move, we measure it in case it might move. Whatever happened to just being 5 and enjoying being 5? Again, I told you I just got back from Scandinavia. The Finns don't send their kids to school until they are 7 years old. But they're leading the nation. We are in this data-driven moment. And I'm not sure we're reading the data correctly. So we're upset because we are, what, number 14 in the national rankings? Do you know where we were in 1968? 16. We have always sort of been there. So on the one hand, we talk about, you know, the presidents talk about we got more innovators, more entrepreneurs, we got this, we got that. Well, how can we get this if we're 15? Literally this constant calibrating of our children is what's making our education system more narrow, more limited, and most of the people who are in positions to make big decisions would never put their own children in these settings. Their children still get to play the violin at school and act in plays and read great literature. Their children get a chance to be civilized. And so unless we begin to back up and talk about what does it mean to be a 4 or 5-year-old and what's a reasonable expectation. I always say in talks, you know, whatever happened to just showing up, being 5 and making it to the bathroom 3 out of 5 times. Okay? That's all you need to do to be a kindergartner. And I say 3 out of 5 times because the people in my generation ain't making it 5 out of 5. We've lost sight of what it means to be a child and to grow. And I think you asked a question about some of the stuff that we're doing. I'm so glad that Jim Shaw is here from Racine, because I've been working with Racine School District, I will add, at zero cost. Somebody write that down? Have not charged them not one thin dime. But the reason that I'm working with them is because they want to get better. They want to get better. That's enough for me, that you want to get better. And that's a culture that we have to build in our teachers. And we can't build that if they get told, here comes the test, here comes the test, you got to get them ready for the test. Everybody is under threat. So we've got to begin to build cultures in school that say school is about the building of our citizens so they can participate in our democracy.
Regent Ebers.
Just a comment about kindergarten for a second. I happen to be in kindergartens across the state, and I believe that our good kindergarten teachers are balancing the academics and the emotional, social development of children. So I just have to kind of lay that out first of all. But I want to return the conversation to something this board does control, and that's teacher education. And I believe Professor made an excellent point about investing in that. That is an absolute, that should be an absolute priority for the Board of Regents and for the university system. It's not that, and like UW-Whitewater, I know they have made some significant efforts in other places, but as a system, I personally don't see it. And I think if we want to convince young people to consider the profession, that commitment has to be financial also.
Right.
And that's something that going forward that I think we all have to consider.
And let me just say that we have a program, a quote, it's called the SHAPE Tutoring Program. Don't ask me what the acronym is. You know, we love acronyms. It's one of the few acronyms that isn't Y something. You know, everything is WI. But But in that program, it's for people who didn't think they want to be teachers. They are going into business, they're going into engineering, they're going into any number of fields. But they need a credit, you know, and because I have a senior at home who I hope is going to graduate, searching for that one credit is often one of the things that happens. You know, I'm one credit short. So it's a very attractive from an instrumental point of view. What happens, however, once we put these young people out in schools to tutor, they say, man, why didn't I think about teaching? They absolutely love the opportunity to impact the lives of young people. So those kinds of opportunities where we don't put so many barriers up that don't allow people to transition into teaching, if we had the resources to be able to do some of that kind of thing, I think we can build this teaching force that we're talking about.
Regent Spector.
Good morning. I had a question for you and really for Jim and the other speakers too, which plays off of Tony's question, which is what should we be, if you had your way, if you could, the old wave your magic wand or whatever, what would you have us do as regents for the system as a whole to further the cause you're talking about, especially of teacher education of urban kids? Could we be doing more cooperatively, more together than we are? Could we be focusing our attention or asking our people to focus their attention differently?
So one of the dreams that I know that the UW system had, and I don't know where we are with that, was to ensure that everybody who came through a UW system school had an opportunity to do, quote, urban rotation. So similar as we do in the med school, we make sure that our medical students are in St. Mary's Mount Sinai, Good Samaritan Mount Sinai Hospital, because they need to see a wider range of illness, maladies, whatever. We, at one time, talked about literally building a dorm in Milwaukee so that even if you were at Stevens Point, you could have a rotation through that. I mean, that's a very sort of pragmatic kind of thing that we could do. I think the more visionary thing to be thinking about is to figure out by campuses what are those areas of specialty that you believe you want to focus on. And maybe everybody doesn't want to do urban. And I think it's important that the campuses be able to pull on their own strengths. So I'll give you the example of the University of California system because I came here from California 20 years ago. In the California system, there's two layers of schools. There's the UC system, which includes UCLA and Berkeley and Davis, and then there's the CSU system, San Jose State, San Diego State, Chico State. The state charged the CSU system with teacher education. They said, you are the folks who are supposed to do the teacher education because it's actually a little cheaper to go to CSU than it is to UC. And they didn't want duplication. But what they said to the UC system was, if you're going to do teacher education, you have to demonstrate what you're going to do that is substantially different than what we already offer in the CSU system. So Berkeley, for example, has a real focus on urban education. Santa Cruz has a real focus on language. I think UCLA also with its Center X has this kind of integrated training of teachers, administrators, and graduate students in an integrated way that's very different from any other system. So one of the things that we might be talking about is what would the specialties be that the various campuses could offer, and how could then the Board of Regents and the state support those specialties. My concern is that we have an incredible amount of duplication, and we've got to figure out, you know, who's really good at what, who has the resources to do what, and encourage them and support them to do those things.
President morning, Gloria. Good to see you. Your quote about, or your quote from Derek Bell reminded me of a similar one, which is, teaching is so hard because it's impossible.
Of course, my favorite new quote I saw on the square was, "My teacher doesn't make enough to put up with me." A little kid, about 8 years old.
That's very good. This board has heard a presentation several months ago on the still developing national movement on standards, and Superintendent Evers and his association, Chief State School Officers, and I and one of mine, the State Higher Education Executive Officers, have been somewhat involved with that. So we have that going on, and then it seems to me, and this is part of what I wanted to ask you on, kind of on the other hand, you have the effort to outfit the next generation of teachers with the classroom management skills to teach the children who are in the classroom, not the classrooms they came from perhaps, but the children they actually are obligated to teach and want to teach in their own classrooms now. And it seems to me as if those two movements are kind of siloed at this point. So 2 questions. Am I right that they are? And if they are, how do we bring them together?
Right. So you're talking about the Common Core standards?
Yes, Common Core standards.
I think there's sort of an interesting movement because, we've been through several iterations of standards going back to George Herbert Walker Bush, actually going back to Ronald Reagan with, nation at risk and that we need to, quote, have some standards. And I think the standard movement has just kind of exploded to a point that it's impossible because there's just so many of them. And so the move towards Common Core standards, depending on where you sit on the political divide, is either a great thing because now we'll all know what to do, or here is the feds trying to tell us to have a national curriculum. And we do know that national curriculum movements don't always work. The example of the UK, the national curriculum has kind of been a bit of a disaster. So I think rather than focus on the standards, again, I'm going to go back to the target. What is it that we're actually trying to create? So in elite private schools, if you ask them where their standards are, they don't have them. Why? Because the target is these kids got to get into elite colleges. And so the standards, if you will, are set by the university. And we often leave higher ed out of the standard setting thing. It doesn't matter what comes up from here if the University of Wisconsin-Madison says, in order to be enrolled in the University of Wisconsin, you must take 4 years of English. We are setting standards. So I think we have to come clean about that. It's not as if we don't have them. We essentially have 2 sets, one for kids going to college and one for kids who are not. And that's what has to change, that kids who don't think they're going to college, because at 16 people don't know what you're going to do, don't leave our high schools without the option. I don't think we need to be in the business of closing off kids' options. So I think that you're right that the movement for standards on the one hand and management on the other are not commensurate. I'm often asked by our student Wisconsin Education Association groups to come and talk to them, and the main thing they want me to talk to them about is classroom management. And I finally just said to them, having me come to talk to you about classroom management is like telling me, I'm pregnant, can you give me some discipline techniques for this baby? Or, I just got engaged, can you give me the name of a good divorce lawyer? How about just enjoying that moment? Enjoy being a teacher. Recognize I'm going to make mistakes. I'm going to have some struggles. It's going to be harder for me to get kids all seated because there's no magic bullet here. Anybody who has 2 kids knows that what you did for kid 1 didn't have any relevance to 2. It's like, what's wrong with this kid? So the prescriptive ways in which we're thinking about things like management outside of curriculum are troubling. And I do think that these conversations there needs to be more crosstalk between what is it that we want kids to be able to do and how do we want to be able to organize classrooms, schools, so that it's possible to have it done. I don't think they're really opposite of each other. I think we haven't thought of them as integrated and more seamless.
I know Regent Davis has a question, but then I was going to suggest
And
that we
then-
might
Right.
come back to,
Right.
because we could be here all
I
day with
know,
Dr.
I
Billings and
know.
Regent Davis.
Yeah, okay, so I won't keep glowing about you. Let me just ask my question. So
Your check will be in a minute.
So I think we would all agree that leadership in our schools needs to also be paid attention to as well. I would argue change, because leaders set culture. To use your word, they're who set the opportunities. They're who hold the institution of the school and everybody in it accountable, hopefully, and or should, and especially for what goes on in the classroom. So what would you recommend needs to change in the way that we, I'm just making that very broad, in how we train, I don't know exactly what I'm going to say, leaders.
How we prepare leaders.
How prepare, I'll use that one. And if there's a role you see for the Board of Regents in that regard, I'd love to hear your view on that too.
So this is going to sound a little strange, because I think that people are in leadership roles often because they can't afford not to be. And what I mean by that, if you look at who gets paid what, some people are coerced into leadership because that's the only way they can improve their bottom line. So we actually need more opportunities for teachers that are not, and rewards that are not just about pulling you out of a classroom, that are not just about, well, the only way you're going to really get rewarded is if you become a principal, and then I could pay you more. I think once we figure out the ways in which teachers can be, quote, teacher leaders without having to be principals, then the people who will choose the principalship are more likely to be people who actually want to be principals and want to lead at that level. The other thing that I think we can do for them is to ensure that we have appropriate ongoing leadership training and preparation and professional development. When I was the supervisor of social studies in Philadelphia, and I had a huge responsibility. At that time, the district had 280 schools. I was assigned to 44 schools. I have 4,100 teachers and 40,000 kids. And I said to the superintendent, I said, so you just designed this job for me to fail, right? Because it was an impossible job. And yet all of the discussion about what leaders did was about crisis management. You know, teachers going to go on strike. We're not going to have this money. This is coming up. We've never really had an opportunity to develop our leadership skills. I learned to be a leader in a community group called Leadership Palo Alto that my institution allowed me to go to, and I spent the year with other leaders in other contexts, learning about what I should be doing as a leader and how I should be developing professionally. So I don't think we have enough professional development. We, again, just like I'm saying, we think that the young person coming out of a teacher ed program is finished. We think because the person's in the principal's office, they're really the principal, they're finished. And yet they need to be able to grow into those jobs too.
Thank you. We wanted also to, provide you with a perspective on this, on these issues from the context of people who are dealing with them on the daily basis from the ground. And so we've invited Superintendent Shaw, and if you could just come up and join us. We put chairs at the tables for you to sit as a panel, and Dr. Billings, if you could also sit with them, because then we can, I think that will help the conversation moving forward. Dean Caney Hennig from Whitewater and Ms. Dolores Brown from the Metcalf Elementary School, Middle School, did I get it wrong, in Milwaukee. And leave it to you to decide who wants to go first. But we're looking for, yes.
I just wanted to celebrate Dr. Billings for her presentation, and then we can go into it, because she really did. Thank you.
Can I just want to join the celebration.
That's because I will charge you
Professor, the Wisconsin idea, to me, is just a very compelling vision for what the role of the university should be in addressing the needs of urban education and K-12 education. And this professor, this august professor, I think personifies that idea of the Wisconsin idea. She travels down to Racine and spends her time and her resources to help Racine. And every time she comes, she has a major impact on the Racine community. I'm not talking just about teachers, but she meets with our African American church leaders, our community leaders, and she builds this vision of all children succeeding in Racine. And it's not only Professor Billings, but I could also mention professors from Educational Leadership and Policy Analysis, Professor Kelly, Professor Bredesen, Professor Bruce King, Colleen Capper, probably 8, 9 professors from UW-Madison owning this issue of improving urban education and working in Racine. So I want to join the celebration, and I want to thank the professors certainly and the university system, because we also have partnerships with UW-Parkside and UW-Milwaukee for your efforts. And I think just this meeting today, I don't know how often you talk about urban education, but I'll tell you in my experience as a superintendent in both suburban and urban environments, what a shame that we lead the nation in achievement gaps for African American children. And I'm so pleased that you are talking about this, that you are saying this is the issue that we must address to improve public education in Wisconsin. So just this meeting and the fact that you honored this professor here today is, I think, an important policy step, so to speak, to put this as a focus for the university system to address the needs of all our children, and especially the children that we are leaving behind in Wisconsin. So, thank you.
Katie, do you want to start?
Sure. I am honored to be here today, and I really thank the Board of Regents for letting us come and talk a little bit more and opening the discussion and trying to find points that we can work together on to support teaching and teacher education in Wisconsin. UW-Whitewater is a large regional comprehensive university, and we have the most number of initially licensed teachers in the state. Last year we had over 460 students that we helped get a license in Wisconsin. So we have a big operation. And I believe that in order to increase the number of college graduates in Wisconsin, which ultimately will contribute to and enhance our bleak economic outlook that we're in right now, we must have a globally competitive PK-20 and beyond system. And this begins with highly qualified teachers in our PK-12 schools. At Whitewater, our job is to take students that are oftentimes first-generation students and help them become teachers. And we serve not only southeastern Wisconsin. A few years ago, I took a look at where our graduates went to, and we have teachers literally in every county in the state of Wisconsin. We also influence a lot of the school districts in northern Illinois from UW-Whitewater. We believe that our programs at Whitewater are excellent. We are one of the only, I think we're one of 3 UW system campuses that are accredited by the National Council for the Accreditation of Teacher Education. And we were recently told that our dual licensure early childhood program is only one of 7 in the nation that has received accreditation by both the Council for Exceptional Children and the National Association for the Education of Young Children at the same time. So we're very pleased at what we do. Many of our programs have received high levels and high accolades for the work or for the programs that we have. We realize, however, that our success must be shared and our high-quality programs must continue to be responsive. And this has been and continues to be our reality. As Gloria talks, we must focus on preparing quality teachers to ensure the viability of all Wisconsin schools. So I'd like to speak briefly about 3 programs that we have at UW-Whitewater that address these things, and you have handouts on all 3 of them. First of all, we've been actively recruiting students of opportunity, minority students, and students interested in teaching in high-need areas. And we've been creating new and effective forms of support to assist all of them in their path towards a degree and licensure. One of our newest programs is the Future Teacher Program, and that's the purple brochure. We call it FTP. We launched it last summer, and some of you have heard me speak about this last year in the Education Subcommittee. I just wanted to report out that our first semester average GPA for this group was just above a 3.0, with one 4.0 and no dropouts. And this program is designed to recruit students who are interested in teaching in urban districts, but also to help them with their basic skills, test-taking skills, and they enroll in a year-long mentoring program and participate in undergraduate research. We've been very pleased with the results. We started out with 19 students last summer. We now have 25. And we hope to redo the program again next summer. The FTP students are now a very dynamic and growing part of our general teacher education population. Secondly, we've been working to modify our existing programs, specifically moving them into online and hybrid formats to better serve transfer students and students with full-time employment but lacking a degree and or license. We've recently launched our Global Education Campus platform with the intent to reach out and bring in more non-traditional students locally and statewide, as well as international students who possess unique and important global perspectives, and to help all of our programs out. An example of this is our ECE for You program, which I wanted to briefly highlight here. This is for, we're trying to create more early childhood teachers by taking paraprofessionals who do not have a license or only have an associate's degree and have difficulty coming to campus and taking classes during our regular school hours. So the majority of the program is online with some weekend courses that they need to take or come every so many weekends to study with us. We're very passionate about supporting early childhood education by producing high-quality early childhood teachers for Wisconsin, and our second cohort will begin next summer. So we're looking for this to also have a large impact. And by the way, this program came about by a request from Head Start and 4K kindergarten teachers in our area. They came to us and said, we need help in this area. So we're trying to meet regional needs as well. And third, we've created an urban education module. Actually, we've had the module on the books for a long time, but we've recently revamped it, and that's this brochure. This 12-credit sub-minor helps prepare students to teach in urban centers through an exploration of the issues, perspectives, and directions in urban education, and culminates in specialized field work in an urban school. It's been growing in popularity, and we are considering requiring it for all students as part of an overall curriculum redesign that we're undertaking this summer. So these are just 3 very quick examples of how we're developing a world-class teaching workforce and how we're trying to address the current needs of PK-12 education. And I think that given the political and fiscal climate we're now operating in, I believe it's critically important for everyone to have the same commitment that UW-Whitewater has. And I know many of the campuses could say the same things and are doing many of the same things we're doing. I ask that there be a recommit to improving education throughout the lifespan with a special emphasis on the quality of teachers for our urban centers. And I believe this is vital to our economy and our ability to remain globally competitive. And it's a reality we face and address every day. So, thank you.
Ms. Brown, maybe we can hear from the perspective of a teacher.
Okay. What I envision as, I want to talk about what is needed in teachers to become teachers in the urban community. First of all, I believe that if you're going to teach, it has to be in your heart. You can't just jump up and say, because teaching used to be, we thought, a safe haven until now. We had a job teaching, and we knew that we would teach until we were able to retire. But not so anymore. So I believe that if a student is being prepared to be a teacher, it should be in their heart to want to come and teach, not just because it's a job. Also, I think that sending teachers should be able to get to know your children, know their background. You can't be afraid. If you want to teach in an urban community, you can't be afraid of the children. You can't be afraid of their family. You can't be afraid of the area that they live in. You have to come in prepared to take off your boots and get out and work with these children. I think student teachers need to practice early. I don't think it should be at the last part of their education as to become a teacher to come into a classroom. I think it should be throughout their preparation that they come in, I like the dormitory style, where the teachers will come in and live and just work totally with the children so that they won't have a shock to say that it's time for me to become a teacher now. I don't think I want to do this. You wasted your money. You wasted your time. I think that it should all become early. I think we should have mature people. I don't think a student teacher should come to teach in an urban community if they can't see their children there. My mom taught me that, and excuse me if I offend someone, don't sleep with someone that you can't see yourself married to.
My mama said
Don't send your students to an urban community if they can't see if they can't visualize their own children being educated in the Milwaukee public school system. That's a slap in the face to me. So that's about, for now, what I have to say.
I'm sure we'll have questions back to you. Superintendent Shaw?
Well, I think my concerns, again, I think are both for the principals and the teachers, that we get the very best teachers and the very best principals, leaders in our schools. And I think the university system is making efforts in that regard, but I think we have to do much better. I agree with Professor Billings. We need an idea of what a good teacher is. What is good teaching? And that may sound like, well, we know that, don't we? Well, but it's got to be a shared idea. It's got to be a vision that we agree on, that this is what good teaching looks like. And that's difficult to identify that from the perspective of, I think we know what practices we want our teachers to engage in. And again, I think that we are getting assistance in learning what those practices look like generally. But every child is different. Every classroom is different. Every community is different. And the same practices do not apply universally. There has to be some professional judgment. You can't de-skill teachers. They have to have the background where they know, have a variety of practices that they can employ, and then have the professional judgment to use them based on the needs of children. I think the whole issue of how do you measure that is important. This is a data age, and we don't have, in my opinion, data systems combined with the identification of practices that we could use those two factors to identify what really good teaching looks like. When I visited in some TAP schools, which are based around this idea of master teachers, there's a saying that you're not a good teacher till the kids learn. In other words, you can have these practices that you've learned at the university, you take to the classroom, but you're not a good teacher until you get results, until the children are learning. All children are learning. High-achieving students and low-achieving students are making progress. So we need a much more robust definition of what good teaching is, and then we need a more robust system of of data so we can measure good teaching and hold our teachers accountable. I think if I can just for a second talk about Racine and some of the lessons that I've learned. Even though I've been around for a long time, I learn every day in urban education. In the past few weeks, I've learned that because we have this lack of definition of what good teaching is, our teachers think they need collective bargaining, that they have to have a voice, that they want to be heard, they want to be part of defining what good teaching is, and in creating a system of improvement in Racine. And so last night, the school board recognized the importance of teacher involvement through collective bargaining. And there's problems with collective bargaining, there's problems with contracts. But somehow, if we're going to have professionals teaching our children, they have to have a voice in how to improve education. It's unfortunate that our teachers define that solely through collective bargaining, but that's where we are right now. And so in Racine, our school board was wise enough to approve a contract retaining the language that teachers think is important to help them define what good teaching is. In Racine, we are estimating that we're going to lose $25 million. 21,000 kids, $260 million, $70 million budget. We're going to lose $25 million. Our teachers, in order to retain their voice, agreed to a contract that gives us $16 million, $19 million in reductions in compensation and benefits in order to retain their voice. So what I've learned is the importance of teacher involvement in these efforts to identify good teaching and improved accountability systems in our schools. So I agree with Professor Billings, preparing teachers at the university is not enough. There is a continuing education that has to go on in the workforce. And teachers, if we're educating professionals, have to have a voice in that process. And I was at the university here for 6 years, 6 wonderful years, and I learned so much about by studying other school districts across the country, urban school districts that are making progress. This is not, a quest for the Holy Grail. This is being done. People are addressing achievement gaps successfully. All children are learning in some school districts. There's no perfect school district. There's no school district where literally all the children are learning, but there are some. And we can learn from those models. We have a Wisconsin idea, but maybe we need a New York idea, or a Massachusetts idea, or a Norfolk, Virginia idea as well, to help us address the needs in Wisconsin. And that's what the university can also bring, is some research about best practices for both teachers and leaders, and for school systems and for school boards to help urban systems improve. I'll stop there. Because I was a professor, I could talk a lot more.
Can I just wave a little cautionary flag here? Because I think, one of the things that you probably have already heard of, and you certainly will hear more of, is this notion of value added. It's like saying, now I have a hammer, and everything I see is a nail. And we're just going to do value add. There are so many measurement problems with value added. So let's not all get on that particular bandwagon. You know that the Los Angeles School District published all the teachers, gave their value added scores. The confidence intervals that exist around value added can have you say at a score of, quote, 43. But those intervals can go from 12 to 89. In other words, I've given you 43, but you really could be anywhere. Well, if I'm the teacher, I'm going to tell you I'm 89. The other problem with value added is that it requires that you norm the results. That means you got to curve out those scores, which means 50% of your teachers are going to, on any given value added assessment, half the teachers are ineffective. That can't be true. Value added is of value on the extreme ends. It can tell you something about the very best teachers, and it can tell you something about the very worst teachers. But the 80% that fall in the middle, it doesn't tell us anything. So I want us to be careful about the way in which these tools are being used, because they are being, that's another one of those demoralizing things about teachers, that if their test scores don't get to be X, then they're not good teachers. Well, I can tell you as a parent with 4 kids, if you did value-added me on each of those kids, I was everything from the crazy woman, Attila the Hun, to the best parent anybody had ever seen. My kids are all over the place, and they all live in the same household with the same resources. So we got to be careful about, quickly running to solutions because we think that's what's being demanded. So I like that Jim talked about the teachers' partnership in determining what this outcome's going to be.
Okay, why don't you run that?
My head's just exploding.
Good. Potassium's good for that.
I have that experience with my kids as well. I'm very glad for this topic today, and there's no issue more important to me for many, many years. Is the quality of public education in our state is just absolutely at the core of my heart. And the challenges are great, and I think that a lot of what you have said has been very, very helpful. And I appreciate all of what have heard from you. I want to make just a couple of comments. One about school board members, because some of you know that I've had a long history in that, and I loved your comment about what the board's responsibility is, because I think that is an important area.
Superintendents like that comment too.
Yeah, superintendents definitely like that comment. But one of the things I wanted to say about that is I think that that all of us who care about school systems in our state have a lot of public education to do. And about what the challenges are, what the needs of children and families are, and that will affect who runs for the school board. And that is a huge factor. Now, of course, that's true for all kinds of other offices as well. But one of the things that's really important in quality education is caring competent people running for those positions so that they can be supportive of good education. And I hadn't thought before sitting here today that there may be ways that that can have, that all of us can be a part of that happening. So I would. The other part of the public the education that's needed for the public is, again, as you have said, talking about the challenges, the importance of quality teachers, appreciation for quality teachers, because I think we have a real public job to do in that respect.
Regents Askin.
This is going to be somewhat of a difficult both comment and question. As I was getting ready for this meeting and I was reading the materials and anticipating the panel that we would have, and one worry that crossed my mind is I read the materials and it's like, my God, we're already doing it. We've been doing it. When you look at the different examples at La Crosse and River Falls and Platteville and now Whitewater, And one of the concerns that crossed my mind was we would have this nice discussion today, pat ourselves on the back and say the UW system enlightened, wonderful examples, example after example after example. And yet, then what kind of slapped me into reality was, okay, then why are these cries for charter schools? Why are these cries for choice schools? Why is the governor doing what it's doing to our largest urban system? So I was sitting, and even as I was coming over, I was thinking, there seems to be a disconnect between what I'm reading here, what I think I'm going to hear, which is we're already there, we've already been doing it, and I'm puzzled. So where is the problem? If we're already doing all of this, why does the governor feel so compelled, and along with the legislature, to do what they're doing? And I guess that's part of it. Then is where I'm asking: are we really asking ourselves the really serious question, which is not as much what are we doing well, as much as why is there still, despite what we're doing, a disconnect? Or can we very simplistically say that the disconnect is not us, the disconnect is because we've been doing this, and it's this bank of teachers that were taught 20 years ago and we're no longer responsible for them. And that's where the problem is. So it's not us. So I'm not even sure if I'm phrasing the question well, but I'll just stop in there because I do want. This is a wonderful topic that we could even have more than one day. But I'll just stop with that because I've got some other questions. But I'll stop with that, and I'm not even sure I even posed it as a question or not.
Okay, let me take a stab at it because a couple years ago when I was in Washington, D.C., the day before the National Assessment of Educational Progress scores were going to be released, I knew what they were. They were embargoed for another 24 hours, but I knew, and in fact I called Superintendent Burmaster and said, the scores are going to be out tomorrow. You're not going to be happy. We have a bimodal distribution in Wisconsin. We have the largest achievement disparity in the nation. There's no other place that has the disparity we have, not Mississippi, not Louisiana, not the District of Columbia. Now that actually says two things to me. One is that we're doing really well with one group of kids. Because it's about the disparity. It's not just what the scores are. It's that when you look at our ACT scores, I showed you on the charts, okay? So the majority of the kids who are the majority culture are doing pretty well. But we're doing absolutely terrible with African American and Latino kids. Just terrible. But it's hard to sustain a political career being a champion of Black and Latino kids. That's just the reality. And I think unless we take serious the fact that, number one, the state is going to get more diverse. The Madison that I live in today is totally different from the one I moved in 20 years ago. Madison Public Schools is about now at 51% kids of color. I would never imagine that. So the state is going to be more diverse, and that's where the problem is. The problem is not in Nicolay. The problem is not in Whitefish Bay. Those kids have good educations. Their parents are happy with those schools. But unless we take up the real issue and start saying it's all public, it's not all public schools. Even when we talk about nationally, we're not talking about 14,000 school districts. We're talking about the top 25. The top 25 urban schools are just, quote, a drag on the entire system. And yet we won't say, this is where the problem is, and this is where we need to work. So yes, we're doing great things in our UW system schools, but we're not necessarily sending people to these high-needs places.
I agree, and I think we're not educating our students in the university about what you just said. Our teacher education candidates know this, but I would say that students in business education and the liberal arts studies don't always know these facts. And we have to make sure everybody that graduates from a university knows about the issues and knows about people. We need to educate people about education better than what we're doing.
And I just want to echo, I think it's not politically popular to advocate for poor children or black children or Latino children. That is, I agree that is not, maybe that's not where you get a lot of political capital. And so I think what's happened in my experience in Wisconsin, and I'm a Wisconsin kid. I grew up in Milwaukee and educated here at Madison, and now I'm in Racine. We went away from the problem. The idea that some kids are succeeding is what I used to sit at superintendent meetings in the Milwaukee suburbs, and we would talk at that time about disaggregating the test scores in the suburbs. And, oh, we don't want to do that. If we do that, people will see that there are some children in the suburbs that are not succeeding. And those children happen to be African American, poor children, and there weren't many Latino kids as there are now, but now we see that same thing. And so we have urban districts that tend to have high concentrations of those children. And those are the districts which are marked as failing. So if Racine is failing or Milwaukee's failing, let's reduce the funding to those schools. Let's take $25 million away from those schools and let's beat them with a stick till they improve. But they're not going to improve, so let's have vouchers. Let's give people a choice to escape these urban schools. And to me, that's running away from the problem. It's not admitting that we in Wisconsin have an achievement gap. And it's the most egregious education problem that we face as a state. And then there's one other response. This is not about some children. This is not just about African American kids or about Latino kids or about poor kids. We can't pretend that somehow our children, my middle-class white children, are unaffected by the failure of African American kids to learn. Learning happens in a community. That's what I learned at the university. When you have a wonderful university, it brings people together interested in learning, and they learn more together. And we have to create schools that are learning communities where we can't pretend that it's okay that some kids don't make it, because that's going to hurt all of us in the end. So that's I better get off my high horse there. I apologize.
It's a good horse. And then Regents office. It's a good horse.
I know Dr. Shaw very well. I've heard him make those speeches. He's excellent at it. Very good. My question is a delicate one, especially for Dr. Billings, given her research knowledge. What does the research show about the importance of having a teacher of color to help kids of color to do better in closing this achievement gap? Is there any merit to it? Is it just politics? Is there something, does the research show and the practicality show that it really means something?
Great question. My second setup question of the day.
I'm glad to be paired with Regent Law.
There is no racial, ethnic bullet. Okay? There are good black teachers and there are terrible black teachers. If it was all about the race and ethnicity of the teachers, then we'd all be running to put our kids in school in Detroit. Okay, it's just not there. There's a little bit of evidence that suggests that African American teachers are more likely to persist with African American children and are more likely to choose communities serving them rather than suburban schools. And that's also true with Latino kids. The bigger reason that you want to diversify the teaching force is for white kids. They need exposure to and experience with a variety of people. Their education is enhanced. That's why people come to the university, because they can be around lots of different people and can learn with and from them. So the question about diversifying the teaching force is the same thing that IBM or Coca-Cola or any of these Fortune 500 companies say is, I got a market out there that's changing, and I need to be able to have a workforce that reflects my market so that I can stay competitive. So it's not about this one-on-one match with the kids and the teachers. It's about, again, go back to the target. What kind of society do we want to be? What kind of communities do we want to have?
Thank you.
Regent Loftus and then Regent Crane.
Well, two questions. Let's go back to Scandinavia for a moment, maybe longer. If we should. I have a nephew in Norway. Started school at age 7. He's going to graduate from college this year at age 23. Most boys, but not him, have to also fit in a years worth of mandatory military service in that stretch when they're 19. So what you say is, without a doubt, true. But I watched that system over his educational lifetime. It changed dramatically, often taking the best ideas from the United States and putting them in. A caveat here now, here you have, let's say, Oslo, Stockholm, and Copenhagen with now large political refugee and immigrant population. We'll see how they do.
That's right.
There. For example, the largest Somali diaspora in the world is Stockholm, Oslo, and Minneapolis. But do we ever take any good ideas from anywhere else in the world, or is the borders of our thought the border or the shores of the country? Second, if someone could comment on, we've been seeing reports on the census. I've seen California and New York of the changing demographics of urban areas, but I haven't seen anything on Wisconsin from this recent census.
Well, you're right about other countries gobbling up our ideas. I say we're great innovators and terrible implementers. We have the ideas. We are just a very impatient people. And so if it doesn't happen next year, then we're through with the idea. I was in some schools in Tokyo. And I mean, these schools were magnificent. Kids were, they were doing all kinds of stuff. And I said, so what did you guys, because I heard all this stuff about rigidity in Japanese schools, and it actually does happen in the secondary schools. But these elementary schools, these kids are rolling on the floor having a good time. And they said, oh, well, we got that from you guys. You know, in the 1960s, when you guys moved to more open classrooms, that's actually a good idea. And our kids are well prepared to go into secondary school because they get to do all these other things. Edward Deming, right? Detroit didn't want to hear anything about this work group stuff. When he took it to Japan, Nissan, Toyota said, you know what, this thing will work. So we got this issue about we have great ideas, but we don't implement them. Finland, which keeps coming up as this top performer in both PISA and the TIMSS international tests. Finland has 5.3 million people. It's about the size of Wisconsin, the whole nation. It has a 100% unionized teaching force. It has no student evaluation. They don't have any standardized tests of any sort. It has no teacher evaluation. And evaluations of schools are kept confidential. They are not given to the public. They have, however, only a 2.5% foreign-born population. And those people are born in Estonia, Russia, and Sweden. And you know Sweden don't count because Finland used to be Sweden. So this incredible homogeneity has allowed them to do some amazing things. But when you ask the people on their national school board, and they have a national board because they have a national system, why is it that you guys are successful? They say the same thing over and over. We trust our teachers. But remember, these are teachers that they actually paid to educate, and they pay well. So there is a huge bond of what Tony Bright and Barbara Schneider would call relational trust. When they studied reform in Chicago, and very same reforms that took hold in some schools, and that very same reform didn't go anywhere in another school, what they were able to find out studying 500 schools is that those schools that were able to build the relational trust, in other words, the principal trusted the teachers, teachers trusted parents, parents trusted principals, kids trusted teachers. When that trust was there, reform was possible. My greatest fear in this moment that we are in is that we are destroying the relational trust. Nobody trusts anybody. Nobody, as a teacher, I'm not sure you're looking out for my best interest as my principal. As a principal, I don't think the superintendent cares anything that happens to me, the parents. So until we can begin to build this relational trust where people actually believe that people in those buildings have their kids' best interests at heart, we are still going to keep struggling like this.
I think that these are very complex issues, and we've just scratched the surface on them here today. I want to bring it back, if I could, and I know, Judy, I promised you to get in it, but I want to see if we could maybe bring this conversation back to the piece of this agenda that belongs to this board and to this system, which is teacher preparation, and talk a little bit about what we should be doing, Regent Evers, to make this a priority for the system in a way that it's not a priority today, what we need to be doing in our programs to help us be addressing the issues we need to be addressing to move teachers through our programs and into our schools in ways that they will be able to deal with these issues in new ways. And so I just kind of throw that in the last 10 minutes that we have here to try to bring this back to the piece of this agenda that we really, around this table, have and in this room, have the opportunity to influence tomorrow. We don't have to work it through, the major societal issues that we also know we're all confronting.
Rebecca, I'm not sure if this fits exactly in the way you described it, but one of the things that you mentioned and I wrote down to myself was that university education is that we don't produce that finished product, but rather it's the beginning. And I agree with Chancellor Martin when last time we were here. She mentioned that universities there was heavy emphasis on we've got to operate like a business. And her point was that we're not necessarily a business. But I think there are some practices from the business community that we may want to at least think about. One of the observations that at least I have about teacher education programs, and I'll just say this, is that we graduate and they leave us, and then we turn to the next incoming group, and we've kind of forgotten about that product, so to speak. And is there anything that, Rebecca, maybe where one of those business practices, I bought a car, and boy, do they give me a call, how is it working, and even when I take them for any little routine, even before I get home, I've already got the card waiting for me saying, how did we do? Did we do okay? Were you satisfied? And we don't seem to have that attitude relative to our teacher education programs. They've graduated so long, let's focus on the next one. And I wonder if that's part of something that we need to, it's almost like we don't take responsibility, this is the outlandish statement, of that product that we create, we release it, and so long, we'll see you later. Is that something that we need to think about as a university? How do we stay much more closely engaged and both with the graduate as well as also where they are working, and asking, how is our graduate doing? And not just go through the normal, the supervisors are going to tell us, or I just want to put that thought out there. I'm not even sure if it requires a response at this moment.
Sure. Okay.
Why don't you do it?
I'm not going to respond to that. I have something else to add. I think the meager research that is out there around preparing teachers for work in urban schools, time and time again we talk about residencies, longer internships. There's several urban-based universities around the country that 2 years is not unusual to be interning or having a residency in an urban school. And that's one piece. That's one piece of the puzzle. It's going to cost money. I mean, Chicago has a teacher residency program. There's residents, it's a la the physician training program that my daughter went through. You work hard, you get paid some, and you learn from master teachers on the job. Those are the things we have to invest in my belief.
So let me just suggest something that is worth a thought, and it's certainly, and I don't want people to think, oh, we're going to do this next week. But right now, the way that we offer our certifications are based on young people's developmental levels, right? So we have early childhood, we have middle childhood, early adolescence. But that's a kind of generic model, as if the middle childhood experience in Rhinelander is equivalent to the middle childhood experience in Beloit. There may be an opportunity for us to think about a differentiated credential, that we might even offer an urban teacher credential. It can't get built in 20 minutes. I mean, we actually have to look at the research, we have to look at some of these models we've talked about, but that would do a couple things. Number one, it would help us in the selection process, because you're not going to select that credential if you don't think you want to go there. Right now, we sort of have all comers. We look at grade point average, we look at PPST scores, and try to encourage people to go into urban ed. But what if we, on the front end, some years ago, I did a program along with Ken Zeitner and Mary Louise Gomez called Teach for Diversity. It was an experimental program, so we got to do it for 3 years. It was post-bac. We took in people who used to be engineers, firefighters, investment bankers. Most of those people are not only still in the system, and a lot of them chose Milwaukee, but a bunch of them stayed in more diverse schools in Madison. And almost all of them are leaders. They're not just still in the system. They have just blown us away. We had a high attrition rate in that program, and we weren't sad about it. We were saying to people, you know what, maybe this is not for you. In the current system, we don't have enough bodies to look at all of these students, and so we are the proxy for how they're doing are their grades. And there isn't a direct correlation between your grades and your performance in a classroom. But in this smaller program, where each of these people had either me, Ken, or Mary Louise, we only had 25 students. We each had 8 students that we just stayed with the whole time. We could say, you know what, this is, the law school thing you were doing is probably the better choice. But we don't right now have, they have a standard credential. So we might think really about the differentiated credential. And to Regent Vasquez's point, we don't have a human relations approach to teaching at all, not just in the preparation. My brother and I went into the workforce at about the same time. He went to work for IBM. I went to work for the school district of Philadelphia. IBM asked him on day one, where do you see yourself in 5 years, and what can we do to help you get there? On day one, they said, here's your curriculum guide, here's your key, and we'll see you in about 25, 30 years. I mean, literally. There was no vision that I would do anything other than go up in that room and stay there. So the entire system, not just at the preparation level, but the way in which we regard teachers as professionals, doesn't have that human relations touch. I mean, I'm with you. I bought a Saab one time. I loved that man who was my serviceman. And when I switched cars and he told me that he wasn't going to be my serviceman because they only work on one model, I said, look, I've been with you 11 years. I know people can't stay married 11 years. But they were really, that was, quote, customer service. So I do think we have to have a much more human relations approach to how we deal with teaching and teachers.
I wanted to ask the other panel members if you would also comment on what it is you think we should be thinking about as we look at placing a higher priority on teacher preparation or changing or rethinking the way we're doing this in order to meet the needs that you're seeing on the ground.
Well, I think the ideas that were expressed make sense, and I think some of those things have been tried, and we stopped doing them because of resources. There are older teachers in Racine that tell me they actually were part of master teacher kinds of programs, that they were identified as promising teachers, and the university spent some time with those teachers to develop them as teacher leaders on the job after they started teaching. I think this idea of a differential credential, an urban credential, is an important one. I think it is more challenging, at least it's more challenging to be an urban superintendent than it is a suburban superintendent. I guess I can admit that. I think it's a different challenge to be in an urban environment in terms of parent engagement and understanding the community than it is. And I think, to me, differentiating that and perhaps compensating for that is a wonderful idea. I think right now DPI has additional compensation for master teachers, and then even more additional compensation beyond that if you teach in an urban or a poor school. And those kinds of things make sense to me, to attract the best and the brightest to work with the children who really need the best and brightest to be successful.
I think I need help in the sense that right now teaching is a very difficult field to attract high-quality students into, particularly today. I have students that are in my programs that are leaving and changing their majors based on what they're reading in the paper that they pick up or when they see on the news or what they're reading on Twitter. They're afraid to go into education. They're afraid of the support that they're going to have. And then when you add in the fact that they have to pay to take tests, and they don't have money to take those PPST tests, the Praxis 2 test. I have students who say, I need help paying my rent this month, let alone the fact that they have to take a PPST test, and there's a huge achievement gap. So I have students coming in that I want to be teachers who are already sometimes not able to take the high-quality math and reading and writing courses that prepare them to take those exams. So I need help encouraging them. I need scholarships. I need to have dedicated funding to be able to pay for test skills, or test-taking classes, to be able to provide additional support for students that we really want to get into teaching and teacher education, and then to help them matriculate all the way through. I think money is a big, big piece of it, but I also think just emotional support, and I don't even know what that would look like, but saying that we believe in you, we believe that you can do this, and we know that you're the future of Wisconsin, and tying what we do into the economic impact that we have in Wisconsin by preparing high-quality teachers. Anything you can do publicly to help us would be grateful. I'd be grateful for.
Wow. I actually graduated from college in 1978 with a degree in sociology. I just 11 years ago obtained my license as a certified teacher from Milwaukee Public School through the MTEP program, a great program for me. I worked through the program 1 year. Within 1 year, let me back. Before I completed the program, I was placed into a classroom. Because of my background in teaching in alternative schools, whatever, I was chosen to be pulled out of the program, put into the classroom, and continue the program after I was in the classroom to work with the students. It was challenging, but it was fun. Dr. Billings said that your first year, most teachers couldn't say that was their best year. That was my best year. My first year of teaching was my best year. With the politics down and not having the funds to purchase what you need in your classroom. These things are all challenges that students see as they come into the classroom to be student teachers. They see that we have to put a lot of our money into the classroom. This is a drawback for them too. Because if they are not going to have the supplies that they need to work in these classrooms with these children, then that's total. So, go ahead.
Did you want to say something? I wanted to thank all of you. I think that we've gotten a rich set of ideas here. I've been trying to capture them, and I know others in the room are doing that as well. I think that we'll have, with Dean Hennig here, a great conduit back to the deans of our education schools, and I think that there'll be a lot of things for us to talk about. I'm sure there are things we'll bring back to the Education Committee in June when we revisit the topic of teacher education.
And you'll let me make my comments.
And now I'll let you make your comments.
No, I'll do it then.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you all. And in particular, I wanted to thank Ms. Brown. You are really doing God's work, and you are clearly not afraid. We are going to break, but let me just tell you what's going to happen at our next session, which is to be held through the lunch break. It's called the Growth Agenda Showcase. The showcase is going to feature some of the work that is taking place at our institutions with funding from the UW System Office of Academic Affairs, which has put in place a number of grant programs designed to support the growth agenda. During these times replete with budget cuts and potential changes to the UW system, it's important to share the important work that's being done to advance the growth agenda. The showcase will take place downstairs in the Lakefront Alumni Lounge on the first floor of this Pyle Center. The list of projects is included in your packets, and there will be additional information downstairs. We invite you to take a look at the posters and computer installations and speak with the campus presenters on hand. And in case you wondered, lunch will be brought in during the showcase to give you an added incentive to be at the showcase. And we will then reconvene at about 1 o'clock. Thank you very much, and thank you, Rebecca, for putting this together. It's wonderful. Yeah. Welcome back, everyone. I don't believe we need to call the roll, but I'm going to ask if we do. Do we? We don't need to. We're back in session, right? In which case, we'll start by calling on Regent Smith to present the Business, Finance, and Audit Committee report. Regent Smith.
Yes, our committee met very briefly this morning to discuss two items. First item was consideration of a contract between UW-Madison and AstraZeneca Pharmaceuticals. The agreement covers data analysis services related to Phase 3 clinical trials and pays UW-Madison an estimated total amount of $1,205,118 over 5 years. The committee approved resolution, that's 128. The second item also involves UW-Madison with the assessment of a contractual agreement between UW-Madison and Stratitech, Inc. for potential conflict of interest. Assistant General Counsel has reviewed the contract and found that any potential conflicts of interest are managed appropriately in the contract as we are required to find. So the committee also approved 1-2B. On behalf of the committee, I move adoption of resolution 1-2A, the UW-Madison contractual agreement with AstraZeneca Pharmaceuticals, and 1-2B, the assessment of UW-Madison contractual agreement with Stratitech Corporation for potential conflict of interest. Second.
So moved in second. Is there a request to remove any item from the consent agenda? If not, any discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion is carried.
That would be.
Is that it for you, Regent Smith? Thank you. Well, this afternoon we turn our attention to the governor's recommended budget for the 2011-13 biennium. I'd like to repeat that. It is the governor's recommended budget for the 2011-13 biennium. We do not know how the final version may change as it makes its way through the legislative process. As we have said many times, it's clear that the state faces some major financial challenges, and our elected officials will face some tough choices. In that context, the University of Wisconsin system, along with all state agencies, will face major challenges. We also recognize that we're not alone in feeling the pain of this budget, but we must assess and understand the real measurable impacts on our institutions. As I've traveled around the state over particularly the last year and a half, trying to tell this story, part of what I've always reminded audiences is this really is a question of priorities. We realize that we are not the deciders when it comes to how many tax dollars are collected and from whom those tax dollars are to be collected from. But we do believe we have a responsibility as regents and as representatives of this university system to ask hard questions about the relative priority of public higher education versus other pressing needs the state faces. In the early 1980s, the state allocated about 14 cents of every tax dollar to its public university system. In the last biennium, that was closer to 8 cents. The current proposal under discussion, state support would fall to about 6.1 cents of every tax dollar collected. And I think it's important we understand the trade-offs and the missed opportunities that may result from this ongoing shift. Citing the long-term need for increased educational access, the need for more college graduates, and the pressing need for more well-paying jobs, we've asked the state to stabilize its commitment to higher education and provide all our institutions with greater management flexibility. Tax-paying citizens and tuition-paying families expect all UW institutions to provide affordable access to a high-quality college experience. As we assess the budget impact, that must remain our top priority and our most important benchmark. To provide that high-quality college education, we must hire and keep high-quality people, including not only professors, but also advisors, librarians, counselors, police officers, residence hall managers, and many others. These are the people whose everyday work and unflinching dedication determine the quality of UW education and the strength of UW's reputation. These are true public servants. And especially in these days and times, they deserve and have earned our thanks and our support. To engage in world-class education and research, all UW institutions need world-class talent. All UW campuses compete with colleges and universities elsewhere for highly specialized talent. Yet our UW institutions lack the resources and the flexibility to address these competitive market forces. As we proceed with this afternoon's discussion about the biennial budget, we'll hear a lot about numbers and big ideas. but I hope we don't lose sight of what's really at stake. So let us begin with a few opening remarks from President Riley. We'll then go to Michael Morgan and Frida Harris, the budget gurus, who will walk us through what's in the operating budget and what's not. David Miller will then do the same for the capital budget. Building on that foundation, we will again hear from President Riley, who will share some early thoughts on the budget. We also would certainly hope to hear from our UW chancellors to join in as they share their perspectives. And then we'll open up the floor for questions and discuss what we might do next. We will also have plans to have this board consider what we should be doing and what we should be for, as Regent Davis has said in the past, in reshaping the budget and making it a way forward that will enable us to serve the state, all our dedicated faculty and staff, and the 182,000 students who attend our universities. So with that,
Mr. President, I would like to have a motion on the before us that is there while and sets the backdrop of the debate. And that motion would be that the Regents ask that this question of spinning off Madison or dividing the UW system be removed from the budget bill. And I would like that to make that motion and that be the backdrop of our discussion going forward.
Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded, and that is on the floor. And so now we'll proceed, if it's all right. We will also, I know, have another resolution that will be coming forward as well. But it is on the floor, but if with permission, we'll then continue this conversation going forward and come back. And let me turn it over to President Riley.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see you all. And I too hope you enjoyed the chance to look at some of the great work that's going on campuses across the system and the showcase we just had. When you're dealing with some of the big, tough policy and budget issues it's good to be reminded by events like that of the importance of what we do on the ground for our students all across the state. Well, we are, as Chuck said, facing some very challenging times. We want to discuss with you today how we can continue to hold true to our educational mission and fulfill our promise as an economic engine for the state, given the current circumstances. So let's start by laying out the landscape. As it currently stands, the governor's proposed biennial budget for 2011-13 would cut taxpayer support for UW System's operating budget by $250 million over the biennium. There's no way to sugarcoat that. These cuts will have significant impacts on our students, on our faculty and staff, on the education we provide. For faculty, these cuts mean more students in their classes and less contact with each student. For students, these cuts will mean fewer class choices and bigger class sizes, and for some, longer time and greater expense to complete their degree. Faculty and staff will have fewer opportunities to keep current in their academic disciplines and strengthen their teaching and research skills. For students, these cuts mean fewer resources and opportunities for out-of-classroom learning experiences. For faculty and staff, these cuts will undoubtedly mean more vacant positions and more work at a time of reduced compensation for the faculty and staff who remain. The proposed budget also raises the specter of many other measures that I know we would all hope not to have to face, such as hard enrollment caps and deep enrollment cuts and massive displacement of students from their degree programs and the loss of major competitive research dollars for lack of adequate grant writing staff and time, the thinning of faculty and instructional ranks to the point where the remaining overstretched classroom teachers cannot come close to meeting reasonable expectations of students. These are the kinds of things we have to reckon with in the proposed budget before us. However unpalatable, these are scenarios we need to think about, even if we ultimately want to reject them. As we sit around this table to discuss these pressures on our operating budget, our 30,000 UW employees are having similarly difficult discussions around their kitchen tables about family budgets. In addition to the $250 million cut to UW's operating budget, our employees will forego more than $90 million in wages. That's $45 million each year, due to the higher employee contributions to retirement and health insurance benefits. Taken together then, that represents $340 million of lost income to our institutions and our employees. The heart of the University of Wisconsin system mission is, quote, to serve and stimulate society by developing in students heightened intellectual, cultural, and humane sensitivities, scientific, professional, and technological expertise, and a sense of purpose. Inherent in this broad mission are methods of instruction, research, extended training, and public service designed to educate people and improve the human condition, end quote. Each of our employees in the system contributes to this mission, including, I want to say, our graduate assistants. They teach our students, they grade their exams, they conduct research, they write articles for national publications. And they do all of this and help so many students obtain baccalaureate degrees while pursuing their own master's and doctoral degrees. The dual life of a graduate assistant as student and employee is vital to the achievement of the UW system mission. Like our faculty and academic staff, UW graduate assistants are paid well below the median of their peers at comparable institutions. This has been the case for quite some time. The same provisions in the budget repair bill that affect all other UW employees will have a disproportionate impact on these young employees, as graduate assistants would see a 170% increase in their monthly contribution toward health insurance premiums. Because the wages they receive are already low, the size of the increase also makes these graduate assistants some of the hardest hit employees in the state under the repair bill. We're well aware of the sacrifices they make in order to do their important jobs, and are deeply concerned that the compensation they receive is about to be diminished. I think that all our UW employees, faculty, academic staff, classified staff, and graduate assistants understand that the state must take steps to address the aftershocks of a crushing economic downturn. But that does not lessen their real impact on the ground, on UW's educational mission, and on our 182,000 students. Just last night, late, I received a joint resolution from the UW-Milwaukee Graduate Assistant Association and the UW-Milwaukee faculty regarding collective bargaining rights for the graduate assistants. And a copy of that joint resolution was placed in your folders over lunch. As Regent Pruitt said, our job is to assess these impacts and determine the best approach to the next step in this budget-making process, our work with legislators from across the state. One issue that's already on the table is conversations at the Capitol on the proposed breaking up of the UW system. The good news here is that Governor Walker recognizes that universities need to do business differently. We've been asking for new administrative and managerial flexibilities for years, decades perhaps, and this governor gets it. He understands that for institutions of higher education to do their jobs in this time of limited resources, they must have greater freedom to manage resources and make decisions. The governor's budget provides these flexibilities to one campus, but we believe that all the institutions in the UW system are climbing a steep slope, and all institutions need the same tools to reach the summit. We believe that it's best for the whole state of Wisconsin that these expanded flexibilities be exercised within a unified, collaborative, statewide UW system. Governor Walker has indicated that he's willing to work with us, with our staff, with our chancellors, and all the legislators to provide all UW system campuses with the same managerial flexibility now offered in his bill to UW-Madison. That's more good news, and we can use all the good news we can find these days. Our concerns about the proposed split might be summed up in 3 words: competition, duplication, and reputation. Wasteful competition, unnecessary duplication, and damaged reputation. Let me say a few words about each of those concerns. In the matter of competition, I think what the evidence shows in states that have the flagship and everybody else arrangement, students generally don't transfer as easily across those boundaries. Faculty generally don't cooperate on joint research efforts as thoroughly or as frequently. What tends to happen is the boundaries tend to calcify. And that's not surprising because when you have separate systems, they compete with each other for resources and recognition. And things can get pretty proprietary in that kind of an environment. Part of the competition here that I think is not healthy is the idea that if you happen to be in the system or in the institution that has more powerful legislators in its delegation at any one moment, resources get distributed based on the politics of the moment, the power politics of the moment, rather than what I'd like to describe as the more professional model we currently use now, with a unified budget put forward by the whole system, built from the ground up. If UW-Milwaukee were to spin off, and we are asked in the governor's budget to do a study of that, as you know, I think that wasteful competition and confusion would be ×3 in Wisconsin. Let me say a few words about the duplication word. I think the splitting up of the system would lead to duplication of infrastructure, of administration, of equipment, of buildings, of degree programs. I was talking with one of the regents who was on the old Wisconsin State University board at the time when the two systems were put together, and he was reminding me that one of the issues then was that the Wisconsin State University system wanted to create its own law school and have a separate public law school in Wisconsin, and that was part of what drove people to say, now that we don't want to go in this direction, we need to have a unified system. The cost inefficiencies of those duplications are real, and those cost inefficiencies eventually will be passed on in higher costs to students and families all across Wisconsin if we split this system up. Third point, on reputation, let me say a few words. And let me really use the words of Professor Betsy Morgan, one of Chancellor Gau's professors, chair of the psychology department at UW-La Crosse, who just wrote me this past week about a candidate that they had in to be a faculty member in the psychology department. She said this about this young academic. The enthusiastic young candidate with a passion to live in the upper Midwest was unwilling to take the risk of moving to Wisconsin. We were unable to assuage his fears about a UW system dissolving, nor counter his concerns about a lack of raises over multiple years. With the events in Wisconsin in the weeks after he interviewed, his discussion with his wife about the long-term viability of raising a family in Wisconsin yielded a decline of the offer that demoralized both him and us. We have a lot of very scary balls in the air, and I would say to my colleagues and others who have said that taking Madison out of the system will not have any effect on UW-La Crosse or UW-Platteville or UW-Eau Claire or UW-Stout, that I believe they're wrong. And I believe the evidence is that that effect is already happening with this story about the rejection of the position at UW-La Crosse. That's about the reputation ongoing of our comprehensive campuses. Looking at Madison's reputation, I guess I'd like to remind people that Madison's reputation has only risen in the 40 years that it's been part of the UW system. And it's risen as Wisconsin's flagship, not as Michigan's flagship. Michigan is often pointed to as a model of where we ought to go. Well, let me tell you that the tuition, the upper division tuition at Michigan, the University of Michigan now, is $13,343 a year. Madison's is $8,987. At the University of Michigan, they have 36% of out-of-state students in their student body, the undergraduate student body. Madison's is under 25%. Now, can and should Madison's tuition go up? I believe it can and should. Can and should the percentage of out-of-state students in Madison go up some? I believe it can and should. I don't think the tuition should go up to $13,343 a year. The midpoint of the peers would be somewhere a little over 10. And I think, as we've talked about this with Madison leadership, the notion of having more out-of-state students makes a lot of sense. But we can also say with that addition of out-of-state students, which pay about 3 times what the in-state students do, we can afford to add some seats for in-state students, even if the percentage of out-of-state students, when we look at the mix, does go up. As I travel around this state, access and affordability to and of UW-Madison is a major issue that I hear about on a regular basis. And I don't think the citizens of Wisconsin are ready to risk that access and affordability will slip away. I don't think the people in Wisconsin want the University of Wisconsin-Madison to be the University of Michigan. I think they want the University of Wisconsin-Madison to be a flagship institution of great national and international repute in the University of Wisconsin system, in the kind of culture of higher education we've built in this state. Our concerns, conversely, that a unified UW system offers, I think, many real and lasting benefits, just a few of which include a single governing body appointed and confirmed by elected state leaders that helps preserve the public culture of the university we've built here. System-wide reporting, providing real accountability and measurable progress against agreed-upon goals. An integrated budget process, avoiding that destructive competition among UW campuses I alluded to earlier. We maintain, too, a lean array of academic programs and find ways to consolidate administrative functions. Students fill out one common application and transfer seamlessly among our UW campuses. So there's lots more to be said in this debate, and we will come back to that topic later, today and after today. But I want the Regents to have a chance to discuss the broad, complex budget, all elements of it, and we've been working a little more than a week now to digest it fully. Amidst all the ambiguities, we recognize that our faculty and staff are being asked to shoulder a big part of the burden that's being laid at our doorstep. After 2 years of furloughs and rescinded pay increases, our colleagues face the prospect of new and deeper sacrifices. That's one of the major reasons we so desperately need the flexibilities we are asking for in the budget block grant and other parts of our proposal. So with that, let me turn the floor over to Michael Morgan and Frida Harris for more detailed analysis of the biennial budget, and I think Frida at least will get us started. Frida.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just wanted to take a few minutes to talk about what's in the 11-13 biennial budget. Most of you have had an opportunity to look at it, so I'm not going to go into a great deal of detail. I'll just point out some highlights related to it. In the budget, we will be discussing cost to continue, new initiatives, the budget for the UW system, program revenue funds, statutory language, and other items of interest. Under cost to continue, we received in the budget funding for base cost to continue, which includes salary increases and fringe benefit adjustments for provisions that happened during the 2009-11 biennium. So this is not new funding. This is funding related to agreements from the last biennium. Going forward in 11-13, there are no furloughs included, so the funding has been restored. The GPR funding related to the furloughs has been added back to the UW system. Funding, there's a small amount of funding added in the UW system for utilities. There is, however, a decrease in utilities funding under the proposed Madison authority. As far as debt service is concerned, there's a decrease in debt service, partially due to the debt restructuring that is happening. There's also an increase to the student technology fee just to recognize the change that occurs as the percentage of funds that goes into that fee is ratcheted up when the balances actually grow. What the cost to continue in the budget doesn't provide is funding for recruitment and retention of our faculty and academic staff. It does not provide funding for staff to support veterans programs and collective bargaining, some of the things that we were required to take on over the last few years. And it does not provide funding for chargebacks from the Department of Administration. Under new initiatives, we had basically three components that we requested as new initiatives. There was the growth agenda, new graduates, more graduates initiative. There was the research to jobs initiative, and there was the competitive university workforce initiative, which included a restoration of the 2% pay plan that was rescinded in June of 2009. Under the more graduates, we requested funding for enrollment growth, retention improvements, and financial aid increases for the tuition increase grant, Lawton, and ALP. None of that was funded in this budget. The budget included a reduction to the University of Wisconsin system. It's $250 million biennially. It's $125 million as a base cut in the upcoming 11-12 year. $62.5 million annually, or $125 million biennially, would come from the proposed Madison Authority at 13%. There is a directed system administration cut, 25% of the GPR resources for system administration, representing $2.4 million annually, $4.8 million on a biennial basis. The rest of the system is reduced by $60.1 million in 11-12, $120 million on a biennial basis, and that represents an 11% cut to the GPR resources for those institutions. In addition to that, there is the removal of a little more than $90 million on a biennial basis, $45 million annually, in take-home pay reductions related to employees having to pick up a share of the funding related to retirement and health insurance. The budget also includes the proposed UW-Madison Authority. The authority would have a board of trustees, which includes 21 members, 11 of whom would be appointed by the governor. In addition, the funding for the UW system would be reduced, so there would be funding that was taken out related to UW-Madison. Under flexibilities provided to the proposed authority, the authority would have the ability to set tuition without limits. There is increased procurement authority. There is the ability to manage the program revenue buildings that they do. It would require enumeration of those buildings, but it would allow them to manage those projects. They would be able to manage their own pay plan and determine their own personnel system. They would have their funding provided to them as a block of funding where they would have more flexibility to manage the resources that they're given. They would also not be included in the state's position count, so they could create positions as needed. They are, however, included in the reductions related to retirement and health insurance changes, so they would be subject to those provisions. The funding that comes out of the systems budget and goes to the proposed UW-Madison Authority will be $2.7 billion on an all-funds basis, and 17,400 positions would also come out of the UW systems budget. There are a couple of unknowns right now related to the proposed UW-Madison Authority, the biggest of which is what is the commitment to future funding streams related to cost to continue and block grants. There wasn't anything to indicate a commitment to that in the documents that we saw. Also related to the UW system, while there's a great deal of additional flexibility for the proposed Madison Authority, there are not the same flexibilities provided to the other UW system institutions. There is also, though, a provision that would allow 5.5% tuition increase. That's the amount that is assumed to cover 5.5% increase. So it's an implied authority for that amount of money. On the program revenue side, this biennium in 2009-11, we saw that there were some lapses from program revenue funds related to furloughs and the pay rescissions. In 2011-13, there are no lapses on program revenue funds related to the health insurance and retirement take-home pay reductions for staff. With statutory language, one of the provisions removes the exemption for undocumented students to have exemption from non-resident tuition for undocumented students beginning with this fall. So students who are currently enrolled who have gotten the exemption will continue to have the exemption. They'll be grandfathered in, but new students starting this fall would not be able to get that exemption. There was a change to the remissions for veterans, whereas the post 9/11 benefits, the federal benefits counted against the Wisconsin GI Bill. It no longer does or would under what is being proposed at this point. Veterans would be able to benefit from both the post 9/11 and the Wisconsin GI Bill. So that is a new change. There is a requirement for system administration to fund a Milwaukee Authority plan, which would allow them to plan for how they might have an authority similar to the one that is being proposed for UW-Madison. Then we had the elimination of a report, and a couple of our appropriations were made into continuing, which means we can carry over resources from one year to the next. There were some changes related to procurement where the threshold increased from $25,000 to $50,000 as far as sealed bids were concerned. It eliminated a cost-benefit analysis and changed requirements related to using prison industries. On related items, Higher Educational Aids Board, which provides most of the financial aid for higher education, there were no increases in financial aid for the 11-13 budget. And the Wisconsin Covenant Program, they are ending new enrollments into the Covenant Program. So the students who have enrolled up until September of this year can continue to be in the program, will receive grants, but they will not enroll new students. It moves the Covenant office from the Higher Educational Aids Board to DOA. And although the changes were made to the veterans programs to increase the benefits, there are no increases in funding for those veterans remissions programs. As we think about what the board has been working on for many years, the growth agenda, we see that because there were no initiatives funded, there is no new funding for the growth agenda. There's also the potential impact on quality from budget cuts and the lack of flexibility to help us manage with those budget cuts. In addition, there are concerns about affordability and access for students with no new financial aid. We know that during this biennium, WEG did not see the types of increases that it has seen in the past, and so we had students who were waitlisted, and that is a concern. And we have a program currently that allows us to hold harmless students from middle-income families, and there was no new funding for those programs, so it will not be expanded. So the next steps for the budget process are that they will move forward with capital budget recommendations. Joint Finance will begin its deliberations. The Senate and Assembly would then take action, and then we would move to the veto stage. So that basically concludes my summarization of the 11-13 biennial budget. And so I will turn it over to David, I think, to comment on the capital side. Yes.
Regents Becker.
Frida, could you go back a couple slides? There was one thing I didn't understand. It was in the last four, maybe,
Okay.
at the end.
The last four. Okay. That one?
No,
or?
it was toward the end. It was there.
Okay.
No. Dollar amount is provided assumes UW-Madison remains part of the UW system. I didn't understand what that meant.
Well, they provided about almost $36 million of tuition revenue to the UW system. That was calculated to provide a 5.5% increase, assuming the system remained whole. So there would be $36 million to use with UW-Madison included. If UW-Madison is not included, that amount then would proportionally decrease.
Be reduced.
Right.
And Madison would have the ability to set their own.
Madison has the ability to set their own tuition. The tuition authority doesn't get, Madison doesn't have a limit on their tuition authority, so they don't need any of this, is basically what it boils down to. Yes.
Regent Davis.
On the statutory languages slide. So for number 3 bullet, $250,000 for a plan for a UW-Milwaukee Authority funding from system administration. What if we don't?
What if we don't?
Yeah.
We are required to provide the resources to do this unless it is removed. So we
can turn the money back over.
Turn the money back.
Not spend it.
Well, there is a...
The budget says... Excuse me. The budget makes it very clear and directs UW system to conduct a study to look at the feasibility of a separate UW-Milwaukee. It directs us to do that. In addition to that, before we actually do the study, it asks that we put together a format or a plan on how we're going to do the study, get that approved, and then we can go forward and do the study. So it's a very prescriptive directive in the budget in terms of how we go about using the $250 million. So no, there's no discretion.
Regent Vasquez.
Let me ask it just slightly different. Is the foregone conclusion of the study already been determined? And essentially what we're being told to do is just simply work out the mechanics. And I'm not trying to be facetious, I'm just asking the question.
Well, I don't know how you would interpret that from anything that I said. I think the budget asked us to do an analysis in terms of whether or not, in answering the question whether or not UW-Milwaukee should be spun off. So we don't have, well, we have some ideas on how we feel about that, but we don't have any perceived or answer that's been given to us by the state or by anyone else in terms of how the study should turn out. It simply says a study shall be done. Before you do the study, you shall put together a plan in terms of how you're going to do the study. We'll talk about that. You get permission to go forward. You do the study. You report the findings.
Any questions at this point? Regent Walsh? We can ask questions now, or we can hear from David and ask questions later. But
well,
if you
could I
have
ask
one,
him, please, because back to your 5.5% asked by Mike Spector, that slide. Is the 5.5% figure a backed-into figure?
Yes.
It doesn't say 5.5%. You've calculated it to be 5.5%.
There is nothing in the statutes that has a 5.5% reference. However, in the governor's budget summary, they have calculated that amount based on a rule of thumb, and they have a line that says allows authority for 5.5%. It does not say that is all that there is, but basically it gives you the authority to do that.
But that's not in the statute.
It's not in the statutes, no.
Okay. So it's you back into that figure using the money for Madison, too.
The rule of thumb included Madison, so that's how they came up with the calculation. And the specific, there is a line that is underneath that provision that says 5.5%.
Second question I have is the third slide, the reduction of 250 and the 90 million GPR.
Yes.
I'm assuming that in the eyes of the state, they're saving 250 plus the 90 for a total of 340.
That is correct.
So the state benefits 340,
yes.
The employees lose 90, and the system as a whole loses 250.
Exactly. Correct.
The final question is, second slide, 2% rescinded pay plan from June 2009.
Yes.
So the employees lose the 2% pay plan, the 90 million.
Could you just tell us, historically, since 2002, what kind of pay plans we've had? Just the numbers, if you know.
Since when?
2002.
I unfortunately don't have that with me, but...
How about 2006? Any guess? I'm just trying to figure out where the employees stand.
Okay, in 2006, and I will have to double check this, I believe we had a 1% pay plan, and then in 2007, there was a 1% increase at the beginning of the fiscal year. There was supposed to be an additional 2% in June. That 2% was rescinded, and in the next biennium, from that rescinded 2%, we had furloughs, which were equivalent to a 3.1% reduction. So no increase in salaries, a 3.1% furlough impact in both 2009-10 and 2010-11. And given where we are at this point, it doesn't look good for increases. So.
Well, then, just to sum it up, if I'm an employee, and I realize one adds to the base, the furloughs, just takes away from the year. Since 2005, what's my increase, roughly?
0.
And 2004?
2004, I don't think we had any increases in 03, 05 at all.
And I realize there's a...
1% plus $209.
Okay, 1% plus $209. Thank you, Al. Can you verify the 2006 number? Thank you.
July 1 of 2004, July 1 of 2005 was 2%. July 1 of 2006 was 2%.
My last question. That helps. I think I get it. I remember the 2000. My last question is 2% rescinded pay plan from June 2009. Now this is 2011, and we're talking about the 2011-13 budget. Could you just explain how you rescind something that has been received, or did they never receive it?
They never received it.
Okay.
There was an agreement that was in place to provide the 1% plus an additional 2%.
Okay, that's the one you're talking about.
Right.
I didn't know if that was a different one. Okay.
And during the discussions that we had about trying to address our competitive workforce needs, we thought a first step would be to try to get that rescinded pay plan restored, and that is what was not provided.
And how does that compare to the all-state employees?
For all state employees, I think it's pretty much been about the same, except that some employees under collective bargaining did not have to give up the 2% rescinded pay plan because it was in their contract.
Thank you.
Regent Bradley.
Frida, could you give us some examples of the DOA chargebacks that we'll have to pay for?
Yeah, the largest one that we have there is related to in the 2009-11 biennium, the Office of State Employment Relations became program revenue for some operations. So instead of getting GPR to support their operations, they charged agencies back. So we have an annual charge for the services we receive from the Office of State Employment Relations.
Well, okay. Speaking of services, paying for services received, Kevin, if somebody saw this cut to UW's system, you'd almost think that this was a freestanding entity that just had its own programs and everything. Have you given any thought to what services system provides if you take that budget cut that now will actually be more cost onto campuses who are already getting an 11 or 13% cut?
Mm-hmm. Well, we've just begun, Regent Bradley, to think about that, and we'll be having some brown bag discussions with all our employees next week to get their ideas. I think it's clear that we will have to stop doing some things that we now do, and the question will be in consultation with the chancellors and this board what we will stop doing and what we really need to continue doing, and if we have to stop doing some things that nonetheless need to go on the campuses, and each campus has to reinvent that wheel on their campus, that will wind up, in essence, being an additional cut to the campuses in some way, because they'll have to put money to do these things from somewhere else at the same time they're taking an 11% cut themselves.
My last question is, so if I were a chancellor and I consulted with my faculty and my students, and in good conscience, everybody on the campus said, we know what quality education we can deliver, and let's say there's 10,000 students. Under these circumstances, we're not going to be able to deliver that quality, but we could deliver it for 8,500 students or 9,000 students. Where does that decision get made? Does that get made with that faculty governance and student governance and that chancellor's administration? Does that get made by us? How does that decision get made?
I think it will start in conversations with the chancellors and their conversations with those groups and those people on their campuses, and then once we see what each campus plans to do, we will put together a system-wide look at how that will affect enrollment and lots of other things across the whole system, and then we will come back to you, to this board, with some decision rules around all that, about how the cuts will need to be taken. So ultimately, you will approve those kinds of decisions.
But he's asking about enrollment in particular.
Right.
Where does the power reside with the enrollment?
Well, I mean, I think it's layered throughout the system, but it starts with the folks on the campuses. We'll come through system and come back to this board. Ultimately, would we decide, or could we, or would we certainly decide to cut enrollment without this board approving it? Absolutely not.
Well, let me ask it a different way then. You know, I'm this chancellor, and everybody's done this good faith analysis, and I, as the campus leader, and the faculty who delivers it, and the student governance, we've decided that under these circumstances, we cannot, in good conscience, go to the marketplace and say that you're getting a quality education, but we can do it for 9,000 instead of 10,000. How could we say, no, you have to do 10,000?
Well, I think if that were the case, my advice to you would be don't say no, because I think you've got a good track record of listening very carefully to the faculty and academic staff and the administrative leadership on the campuses about these kinds of core issues that go to the quality, the basic quality of what we do. So I would not think in good conscience, at least, you could say no, even though legally maybe you could. I don't know.
No, I'm talking about in good conscience.
Let's hear from one of the boots on the ground,
Yeah.
Chancellor Gao.
I'm just going to say, I see the logic in what you're talking about, but I would note that it's not quite that simple, and we have very high fixed costs in terms of people in tenured positions, and also not every student partakes of the same experience, so you'd have to make some pretty difficult decisions about what aren't you going to do anymore that would dramatically impact some students, maybe not so many others. Enrollment just isn't really, we try to optimize enrollment right now, and so it can be difficult to use that as a tool to address the cut issues that you're talking about, which is why you've heard me say so many times tuition is such an important tool, and the conversation is more saying to those students, as we have on our campus, if we want to maintain the quality of the experience and you know, in good times enhance it, are you willing to pay a little bit more to avoid, you know, these dramatic kind of cuts that we need to make? And we are, you know, at a crisis point, really. So.
Well, you know, I said under these circumstances. Part of what I mean under these circumstances is you're capped at some percent of your tuition, you know, whatever that number ends up being. And ever since I arrived on this board, there's been an undertow of we're maintaining our quality. Not every faculty member agrees with that, but the brochures of every single institution is talking about high quality and is talking about come here because, and then there are 20 reasons. At some point, if you can't raise your tuition, there has to be a point where, in good conscience, people who know how higher education works say, we can no longer say that on our brochures, unless we have fewer students and we can still do a good job with those fewer students.
Yeah, and I was just saying, I don't think it's even as doable as you're saying. I think you can add more students and compromise quality, but to go in the other direction and pull them out, 86% of our budget at La Crosse is in compensation. So if you're going to make cuts, it's going to involve positions and people. I don't know where those would be if we said we'll take 1,000 fewer students, how we would suddenly then say, all right, well, we'll eliminate these positions. That was what I was responding to, that this is a little bit, I wish it were that straightforward, even though I wouldn't like it, but it's even harder than that.
Good point.
I just want to add another layer of complexity in Milwaukee. We are obviously the access institution, and we do not want to do what you propose. It would be fundamentally changing our mission, which we do not want to do. And so, what you're proposing, again, it may make some sense at some level. At a place like UWM, it makes no sense at all.
Regent Loftus and then Regent Smith.
Well, I forget which budget was. We had a budget of $1 billion deficit, and then we had $1 billion surplus, and then we had $1 billion, whatever. But it became inevitable that the resolution was to cap enrollment. And I think there was a point where we went from 165,000 in the system down to 130,000, something like that. And the question became from the regents, well, how do we do this? And the answer was academic achievement. In other words, reduce your freshman classes by raising your standards. However, it did not end up to be every institution. It was Whitewater, Oshkosh, and Eau Claire, I think, had a cap, and some others could grow. And there was a penalty per student assessed against the campus if they went over the cap. Whether you have the flexibility or the desire to do something like that, I don't know.
Thank Chancellor Shields, did you want to comment on that?
I'm a new guy on the block.
That's all right. We're all new into this world.
I just make the observation. I make the observation whenever that happened, students were probably not funding 65%, which it is on my campus. So we are much more tuition-driven campuses now. So when it was 65% of the budget was state funding, that cap made sense. But when you start capping enrollment, you're cutting off the main source of our revenue streams now. So,
Regent Smith.
Rita or Kevin, you can remind me, in the budget that we submitted, we had about 7, 8, some specific provisions that called for statutory changes that would allow every campus in our system to have more flexibility. Was that about right?
Yes.
Correct.
Did it? Everybody seems today to be liking flexibility. Were any of those included in the administration, in the budget proposal?
Yes, they were.
Go ahead.
The ones that would have provided you with the greatest flexibility to manage going forward were the ones related to tuition flexibility for quality, related to compensation, being allowed to set your own compensation. Those you didn't get. What you did get were changes related to changing the continuing appropriation for the schools of business and laboratory modernization, which is a very small amount of money, allowing that to become a continuing appropriation. You also got one removing a excess expenditure report, which is time-consuming, but ultimately is not going to save you a great deal of money. The other thing that they did, not related to the UW system specifically, was to change the procurement thresholds, and that was something that we had requested in our budget as well. Under the proposed UW-Madison Authority, they also removed that $12,000 cap on dual employment. That is a big issue that we've been looking at related to how we can work cooperatively with other agencies, and we did not get that.
Thanks. Other questions of Frida? Frida, I did just have one question that I wanted to ask you, because it was brought up to me of one of the supporters of the Madison Authority initiative said that one of the reasons they were supporting it is that right now UW-Madison tuition goes to the system and is used to subsidize the other campuses, and under the new model, all UW tuition would stay in Madison, which would be a big savings or sort of a benefit, obviously, to the Madison campus. One of many times in my life, I did not have the answer to that question, so I thought I would ask you to see if you did. Is that the case?
Actually, that is not the case. We do have pooled resources that we have within the system that support pooled programs, but UW-Madison basically retains, and all of our campuses retain all of their tuition authority on the campus. I took the time when I got your question to go back and look, and over the last few years, Madison has basically retained every dollar that they have put into the tuition pool, so that is not the case.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Fred. I thought others might also have gotten that questions. In which case, well, let's move to David Miller, who may or may not be able to share some thoughts about the capital budget process.
Thanks. What Regent Pruitt means by that is the capital budget will be taken up by the State Building Commission next Tuesday morning in the Higher Education Committee, and the full commission on Wednesday. It will be posted later today or tomorrow, and that's why I'm not comfortable getting out ahead of that, because nothing is certain until the ink is dry, so I don't want to get ahead of that. But let me say, it is an extremely favorable capital budget for the University of Wisconsin system, extremely favorable, creating up to 44,000 full-time equivalent construction jobs, sustaining, not creating, but sustaining that workforce in the state through the construction work that the projects create. And we ask for a very aggressive capital budget. If you recall, when we proposed it back in August, we requested additional projects in December, and I think the Building Commission will be presented with an opportunity to really invest in higher educational facilities, both academic facilities and student life facilities. So if it is posted later today, I will send everyone an email. This will be on the Department of Administration website. An email of the contents, breaking out the UW portion as soon as it's out. And I apologize. I'm literally waiting for an email saying it's okay, but it hasn't come yet. So I apologize.
No problem. You are only allowed to do what you are allowed to do. Thank you.
Can I ask one question?
Absolutely.
David, Madison, well, they're more aggressive about buildings, and but they have the requirement of donors, that there be a certain percentage. Now, you do this and we do that, and they've done a really good job of that. And but for that kind of effort, we wouldn't have the benefit of those buildings. What is this new? If there's the state's going to put more money into building, is there any change to that requirement to Madison or other campuses in terms of donors?
Let me venture an answer and see if it's getting at the question you're asking. The current budget is presented as a holistic UW system budget, as always, to the projects are allocated to the UW system, and Madison is contained in that. If the proposed operating budget passes with the public authority language as is, I think that would have to be revisited. But if your question is, how would the new public authority change?
No, I'm asking, forget the public authority.
Okay.
Right now, Madison has this requirement. If the state's going to put more money into this, that seems a little unfair to Madison, who has to come forward with more donor money. I'm just asking, is there a major impact to that concept going forward?
There's no requirement of anybody except Madison itself internally as their prioritization mechanism that projects include donors. There's no external requirement of any kind that requires donor money as part of the project.
No, but as a practical matter,
there is
they get a little to the head of the queue sometimes because we want to take advantage of those opportunities, and they've done a good job at it. But you're saying that this new budget isn't going to impact that issue.
Do you mean the new capital budget or the new operating budget?
The new capital budget.
No, it does not in any way. No, not at all.
It's a lot. David, could you explain on the sale of power plants that is in the budget repair bill? That item is now been taken out of the bill, as I understand.
The sale of the power plants came out of the revised bill that was passed by the Senate.
Right.
But they haven't acted on the rest of the budget repair.
No, I understand that.
Okay.
But in the bill under consideration in the Assembly, the power plant language is out.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay,
okay.
The reason is the fiscal impact. Can you explain a little bit what?
No. I couldn't venture a guess.
Good answer.
I would not venture a guess at why that's in or out.
Well, they took it out so they could make it a non-fiscal bill, and I was just wondering what was.
But there's no fiscal impact immediately to that provision of the bill, because there's no lapse that is to be regained by the sale of some asset in the future, as has been a past practice. There would be revenue into the Treasury if there were a sale in the future, but that certainly isn't required by the bill. It doesn't require the sale, it permits the sale, presuming there would be a buyer.
Anybody else have any questions?
You went to the bathroom.
You're doing great. You're doing good enough to say.
You think? Things are running kind of smoothly now.
Anybody else? Kevin, what's next?
We can move on. Yeah, well, thanks, first of all, for that good discussion, Regents, Chancellors, and thank you, Michael and Frida and David. Their people have been working very, very hard, long overtime, to analyze what's in the bill and prepare for today's meeting and the rest of what we need to do. So I want to thank all of them and their staffs. We'll continue, obviously, in the course of this legislative session to advocate strongly for the value of all the UW campuses and the work we do to spur Wisconsin's economic resurgence. On the related matters of flexibility and unity for all UW institutions, we want to offer the governor and the legislature a way forward that's simple and reasonable and equitable. We think we have an approach that's simple, that does not propose wholesale changes to large sections of existing state law. For example, we want to keep the vast majority of language in Chapter 36, including all the shared governance rights of UW faculty, academic staff, and students. We want an alternative that's reasonable, so we won't ask for any more flexibilities than what the governor has already shown he's willing to do as part of his budget provision concerning UW-Madison. And most important, I think, we want an alternative that's equitable. for offering all the management tools to all the UW campuses during the 2011-13 biennium. We'll put forward a package then of statutory changes that gives all UW campuses the necessary flexibilities to manage all the limited resources available as members of a unified system. In your package, you'll find a summary of what I think is needed as a budget amendment to achieve this, let's call it the Wisconsin IDEA partnership. I'd like to ask Senior Vice President Morgan to walk through the broad aspects of this plan, so rest assured that while this is just a summary in layperson's terminology, you will be seeing more detailed documentation in the near future. We'll be prepared to deliver specific budget drafting instructions, as a matter of fact, to the governor and the legislature so that it could be easily incorporated into the budget. If the piece that Michael talks about looks familiar to you, it's because it's based on the flexibilities that we asked for in our February 15th letter to Governor Walker. Many of these items reflect flexibilities that this board has sought again for many years, which provided the foundation, I think, for Chancellor Martin's new Badger partnership. So I'll turn it over to Michael, and he'll talk a little bit about what's in the document entitled now the Wisconsin IDEA Partnership, but also about plans on the drafting language that he and his colleagues almost have gotten to home base. So,
thank you, President Riley. As has been discussed here already, and as Frida pointed out with the numbers, we have substantial budget challenges as we go forward in this 2011-13 biennium. Those challenges are represented in the $250 million cut, which represents an 11% cut of UW system members institutions, except Madison, which received a 13% cut. In the case of UW-Madison, however, they received flexibilities that should enable them to put together strategies to get at that substantial cut. However, in the case of the other UW system institutions, there are no such flexibilities. We don't have the options that are available to Madison to help us weather the storm. And as was indicated by Regent Bradley, they're going to have to be made some hard choices unless we get flexibility in terms of how we continue to make the claim that we can provide a quality education for all UW system institution students with such substantial budget cuts. What the Wisconsin IDEA Partnership is a blueprint for what we need for all UW system institutions in terms of flexibilities to be successful. We're going from an 8% to a 6% in terms of the number of dollars, the percentage of dollars that UW system receive in the state budget. As I indicated, unless we get these flexibilities, as outlined in that blueprint, we're going to have some very difficult times ahead for other institutions in the system. The Wisconsin IDEA Partnership, as President Riley indicated, is not a new idea. It encourages the state to offer the flexibilities the Board of Regents requested in the submission in September of 2010 for the 11-13 budget. There are flexibilities there that we asked for. And it enumerates the flexibilities that are contained in the February 14th, 2011 document that was transmitted to the governor from Regent President Pruitt and President Riley. What the partnership does is it captures not only those things we asked for in our budget, but those things, those flexibilities that were offered by the governor to UW-Madison. And it captures those flexibilities in existing structure. Those flexibilities would be in the areas of budgeting, which Frida talked about before, tuition and pricing, human resources, capital planning, and finance and purchasing. All those areas are areas where we saw increased flexibilities for Madison, but we saw no flexibilities for the most part for the rest of the system. There is a principle here, and that if we are to all continue to provide a quality education, we're going to have to do something very aggressive in this budget to ensure that we receive these flexibilities. And what we're going to do is to use what you have before you there, the Wisconsin Idea Partnership, as a blueprint and guiding us on how we put together a budget amendment to the 11-13 budget to get the kind of flexibility that Madison have and that all UW system institutions and chancellors need in trying to manage through their budgets. We're working with chancellors in trying to understand what their needs are. We're mightily focused on how we do this in a way, how do we draft a budget amendment in a way that ensures that those chancellors, like Chancellor Martin, will have the flexibilities that they need if we're successful with this budget amendment. So, without going into the details of the document itself, because it really is a repeat of a document that you've, to a large extent, of a document that you received already, the February 14th letter. It embellishes in places. We drill down a little bit in some areas. But for the most part, the principle has remained consistent since we began this budget discussion. From UW system, the Board of Regents have asked the governor from the very start, can we have flexibilities to help us manage the resources of the UW system in a way that we can guarantee we can continue to provide a high-quality graduate from our system, continue to encourage economic development in the state of Wisconsin, and continue to be a good partner for our families. But I'm going to end with this. I think it's real important for us, as staff to the Board of Regents, to make sure that the chancellors understand that the primary purpose, and this is the first sentence of the first paragraph of the Wisconsin Idea Partnership, and I just want to read it. The primary purpose of the Wisconsin Idea Partnership is to provide the maximum flexibility to all University of Wisconsin's chancellors to manage their institutions in the most effective and efficient manner possible for the benefits of their students, faculty, staff, and local communities in order to advance the Wisconsin idea. Flexibilities, as we see it, doesn't stop with the Badger Partnership in Madison. It extends to the boundaries of the state in the Wisconsin idea. That's what we're trying to accomplish. Flexibilities for all the chancellors in the system. So, having said that, if there are any questions, I'll try to fill them.
Oh, sure. Mr. Bradley.
Mike.
Yes.
On the first page of the Wisconsin Idea Partnership, it talks about that the partnership provides UW-Madison with all the operational flexibilities proposed by Governor Walker, but within a unified system framework. That's great. That's where I am. But then on page 2, I have a question. It says the partnership would permit UW institutions to reallocate funding among all budget lines to address priorities and regional needs. If I were a member of the legislature, I don't know if that means the institutions are going to be able to do that, or whether the UW system and the Board of Regents does that and delivers the decision to the institutions.
No, the way we envision this and the way that we've talked to chancellors and the feedback, more importantly, that we've received from chancellors is that what we're asking from the state is to provide a block grant to UW system. Each system institution would in turn receive a block grant without all the appropriation guidelines that currently come with a state budget so that they can manage to the challenges, issues, and opportunities that they have on their campuses by having the ability to move dollars around in a way that they never could do with the current appropriation structure that we have. So the flexibility wouldn't come to us so much as it would go to the chancellors so that they could manage their budgets. We wouldn't impose any, if this is what you're asking, any appropriation guidance in terms of how those dollars could be used. There may be some policy direction that the Board of Regents might provide, which is appropriate for a policy-making board. But for the most part, we want to provide maximum flexibility.
Okay, so let's assume that we had a world like that, and just assume that along with this Wisconsin idea of partnership, there are no tuition caps. So now we've got the block grant coming to the system, the block grant allocated to each campus. But then if I'm a chancellor, what role do I have in setting that tuition on my campus?
You have the same, well, you would have the ability as a chancellor, as we envision it, and as we've talked about it with some chancellors, chancellors would, in fact, bring to the Board of Regents recommendations in terms of what they believe their tuition should be on their respective campuses.
So,
but the Board of Regents, at the end of the day, have to make a policy decision as to what that tuition would be. That's no different from the flexibility that Madison has under the budget. Instead of bringing their recommendation on tuition to this board, the budget provides for a new board to look at recommendations on tuition.
So your answer then suggests that theoretically there could be numerous levels of tuition throughout the state of Wisconsin for public universities.
What I'm saying is that could conceivably happen. Yes, that is an option, but it's up to the Board of Regents to offer guidance to the chancellors in terms of how they go about this process of setting tuition. But yes, it could very well evolve that way, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Regent Evers?
So it's our belief as a system that these flexibilities will generate $250 million.
No.
Do we have any idea what it will generate?
Fair question.
He's asking you, do you have any idea how much?
Michael.
Well, the first question was, do we believe that these flexibilities will generate $250 million savings?
No.
And if we don't, what do we know these flexibilities will generate?
What
we know it doesn't. What doesn't?
Right. What the flexibilities do offer is the ability, as I indicated before, to move dollars around in your budget, to appropriate those dollars, even if you're receiving fewer of them, based on whatever the priorities of the campuses might be. It also provides flexibility in terms of how you might want to set tuition, which is, or could generate revenues. So those are the two basic elements of the kind of flexibility. And you know, there are some other things, but there aren't big money generators or revenue generators, flexibility in terms of purchasing. We may be able to generate a few more dollars if we can retain earnings on investments on dollars that are through our, if we get the flexibilities in financing. So there are some other dollar generators. But the greatest piece of the flexibility is the tuition piece and budgeting piece.
And if I could just jump in there and say, Regent Evers, I think that if we can get these flexibilities now, the question is not just, it is one question, how much can we save now? It's how much will we save over time by being able to run our organizations in a more cost-efficient, business-like manner, and being able to use the resources we have to put on the things we need to address the chancellors year by year at their local campuses. And that would be a huge positive change over the very long haul.
Chancellor Wells wanted to ask them.
Just for the record, before I make my comment on this, I'd like to make sure my block grant is the City of New York city-sized block grant. Just to get that in before the newbie here from New York does the same thing. No, but it's a very, obviously a good question. If I understand that in this block grant is the funding necessary that we currently are using, however it gets cut, you know, to run, for example, our utilities or energy savings, you know, things of that sort, because we have been saving on energy very significantly on a lot of our campuses, and we can't, that money that we save, so we've easily saved more than millions of dollars over the last 7 or 8 years on energy. That savings stays at the state level. So at Oshkosh, we can't take that $1 million and put it into 5,000 more seats for students. So it's that kind of flexibility that incents the right kind of behavior on the campus, you know, to get the resource used in a more efficient and effective way. And it's that type of thing. So it's hard to put your finger exactly on that. And the last thing I'd add, I think it's going to be important in all this
that we be clear with ourselves and with our chief donor here, the state, as to what the accountabilities are going to be. So we don't get confused if we get these, whether Madison gets them by himself or we all get them. The accountabilities have got to be clear, or we'll be arguing with the folks that did this for us. Is, well, you didn't give me X, Y, and Z. Well, I thought you wanted A, B, and C. So I think we got to get the accountability straight too. We could use a lot of our accountability metrics now.
Regent Davis.
Michael,
Yes,
at our
yes.
last meeting, the conversation included some comments from chancellors. I seem to have been left with the impression that our campuses are at varying degrees of readiness for these flexibilities. Some could do all of them like tomorrow. Some of them can't do all of them like tomorrow. And I think I heard that.
Right.
So within the Wisconsin IDEA partnership, is there flexibility within flexibility, if you know what I'm saying?
If you're, well, let me try to answer your question this way, and you tell me
Okay.
if I got there.
Okay.
What we're trying to do in the budget amendment is give enough flexibility with the flexibilities, right? Well, no. What we're trying to do with the budget amendment is make sure that the flexibilities come to the campuses, right?
Right.
And the presumption is, right, that they can handle the flexibilities.
Okay.
We talk through with the campuses and understand, right, to what degree can, in fact, they operationalize these flexibilities that they have. And in cases where they agree that they can't, operate with those flexibilities, we try to find ways to bridge from where they are at that time to where they need to be to accept those flexibilities. But we're operating from a place of presuming right now that many of the campuses are ready for a lot of the flexibilities. Most campuses are ready for, most of the flexibilities that we're talking about.
You got it.
Thank you.
Regent Crane.
As we've talked over the last few years about the importance of access, if the flexibility in tuition, it seems to me there's a presumption that tuition will rise substantially, perhaps in some cases, or may need to rise to a greater extent than we would have chosen to. Can we expect that financial aid will keep up with that? What will this do to access?
I think a couple of things, Regent Crane. We have to be really careful here, which is what I hear you saying. And I think with the tuition flexibility we envision, we would need to have conversations with each chancellor and all the chancellors together to see where they would want to be. And they, I think, would be in different places in terms of what they felt they could do and would need to do on tuition. I think for those who would feel that they could and needed to raise tuition significantly along the way, part of the conversation would be what are your plans on financial aid specifically, and any other plans that relate to preserving accessibility for families who don't come from the upper quarter of the wealth in the state. And there are lots of different kinds of financial aid. There's federal financial aid, there's state financial aid, both public, right? There's work study, there's privately raised financial aid. And increasingly, we have increased those pots, and many of the chancellors have made that a top priority in their private fundraising through their foundation. So I think our goal would be, obviously, not to have a situation where all or any of the institutions in the UW system would be saying to children and students from poorer families, you can't come here because you can't afford it. That's not an acceptable outcome of this. So we need to keep that basic principle in mind as we look at tuition flexibility, as we look at what we can do with financial aid, so we preserve accessibility for students and families in Wisconsin.
Obviously, I agree with all of that. And it seems to me important that each of our institutions has a good mix of students in it, and I am worried about that.
Chancellor Levin-Stankiewicz wants to weigh in here.
I think we have an example of what
how that would work already in the differential tuitions that Madison and Eau Claire have brought forward. We have significant components of those that address financial need and hold students harmless. And one of the flexibilities, call it remission. We had the conversation yesterday. I was fortunate to be in on a conversation with Michael Morgan and others at System. You can deal with it as a remission issue, or you can deal with it as straight institutional financial aid, which we do not have in this state. And we need that flexibility. Other states use this routinely, and it's a way to provide access.
I would only add just that, I think the important thing about this document and the important thing about flexibilities is exactly, if we don't need to decide today what the tuition level is going to be at any particular campus or what the rate of increase is, the question is who's best able to sort of make an informed and articulate sort of decision about that, given the pressing needs that campuses are facing in balancing quality and access and affordability. And I think that the argument for the Wisconsin Idea Partnership is that the putting that into the hands of the campuses to struggle with and come up with a plan with is ultimately a better solution than arbitrary or specific numbers imposed on a university system when funds are being cut and all the other things that are cascading down upon it.
One more comment. I do not disagree with any of that. I simply am putting on the table that this is going to be a big challenge in terms of our ability to provide for the students at this.
Absolutely. Chancellor Cross. Oh, then I'll come to you.
Okay. I'd like to respectfully suggest that you put this in three parts. This is the first part. This is the presentation. This is the flexibility we want. And then I would suggest that the accountability piece of it that I think was referenced here be included. The Virginia example that's often cited, they had to meet initially 11 criteria, 11 goals, and then it was changed to 12. And this is what we will do in exchange for this flexibility. And then this is how we will be held accountable, perhaps with some metrics or with some other measures that suggest this is how we'll be measured.
Thank you.
Could I say there, that raised part of our intent, and I think we'll use the current accountability report as a starting point and say to the people in the legislature, tell us how this needs to change in exchange for your giving us these flexibilities, if you think it does, and we'll see what they say.
Just quickly to add to that, I think we need more concrete examples of what we mean by flexibility.
Absolutely.
Because the reason everyone say, well, what are these anyway? And so we need to get very concrete, specific.
I agree. Yeah.
We're flexible on that.
Mike, I just want to come back to the sentence that Regent Bradley said, and just make sure I found it. It's in the second paragraph, first sentence, which said the Wisconsin Idea Partnership provides UW-Madison with all the operational flexibilities proposed by Governor Walker. So, but within the unified system. So we have a little checklist, and we have UW-Madison, and then for the other campuses, it's going to be the same. It's going to be the same.
Yes. What we did was we looked at what we did was we looked at the flexibilities that are contained in the 2011-13 budget relating to UW-Madison, and we applied all those flexibilities to everyone else in the system, every other institution in the system.
And then on the amendment, you talked about...
Except for the governance board and that other
Then you talked about
authority piece.
Drafting the amendment and drafting instructions. I know with Chancellor Martin, she indicated last time that her legal team did a lot of the drafting, not drafting, the work, the research, the background. How does that go forward now if we want a budget amendment? What happens next?
Well, actually, a lot of the work related to the drafting has already been accomplished, right, with regard to the flexibilities. We know what needs to happen in 36 and some of the other appropriate statutory areas because they were changed to allow for the flexibilities that Madison received in the budget. It still requires that we do a lot of work. Actually, Tom Stafford's staff has done an outstanding job in addition to working with Frida Harris and Deborah Durkin and David Miller and others and their staffs. But I think we have a pretty good blueprint in terms of what it is that we need to do. And I think we can get to the end point much quicker than Madison, largely because the Legislative Reference Bureau has already done the drafting, a lot of the drafting.
Regent Loftus?
Yeah, staying on flexibility here, in Chancellor Martin's January 7th memo to the governor's office, Secretary Hipsch, she talks about accommodating a $50 million base reduction with a 75% tuition offset. That would be a 26% tuition increase over the biennium. She goes on to say, well, we would reduce that, however. By the way, parenthetically, Frida has been wonderful. I've been asking her a series of inartful questions, and she's been answering what I meant to ask her.
We've seen that, right?
Yeah,
over the years. That's nothing new.
So that's with a $50 million cut, but with the larger cut proposed by the governor, that number becomes 32% over the biennium. And to offset that, Chancellor Martin says, well, some of the MIU will cover it. She'll generate $25 million in savings through budget reductions, $25 million in savings through budget reductions, increased flexibilities, and efficiency members, and then raise $7.5 million from private funds. I mean, all of those numbers obviously have to increase. Would the other campuses have, that seems like a lot.
Well, here, to echo something that President Pruitt, Regent President Pruitt just said, what we're asking for in the budget amendment are flexibilities that we currently don't have, tools that we currently don't have, to work through what by all definitions is a dramatic and steep cut in the UW system budget. There may be some challenges in getting at some of the, using some of the tools that UW-Madison has identified that they can use. But one thing's for sure, if we don't have the tools, they can't be used. What we're asking for is give us the tools, we'll figure out if we can use them and how we can use them. And we'll work through this budget. We're going to have to deal with this budget cut. Right now we have no tools. We're asking for those tools. That's the best way I can answer that, because largely I don't know what the assumptions are behind those numbers, and I think Chancellor Martin has said these are hypothetical. So we need an opportunity to work through this budget to try to understand, so how are we going to deal with this? What are those things that we can put in place to work through the budget?
Other, Richard, that's...
This is probably, should have been asked for Frida, but you probably can as well, because nothing comes out with numbers that doesn't have your review on it. So I'm just trying to understand this scenario 1 document that we were given.
All right.
And is there a scenario 2, 3, 4, and 5, or is that number 1? But also, I'm just trying to understand how the math works in terms of the percents of the 60, and I was particularly interested in UWM as compared to the others. Is it based on enrollment, like my colleague thinks, or what's that based on?
I'm going to let Frida talk through that. But to answer your question, there are a number of scenarios that we're looking at.
Okay.
So we're going to stop at number 1.
Okay. All right, then. Is this your favorite?
I don't have any favorites.
Okay.
Really, the answer to the question is that we really don't know exactly what the budget cuts are at this point in time by campus. But, using some bases that we've used in the past, this was a way of giving the campuses an idea of what the potential range might be. So that's scenario 1. I'm sure we'll be at 15, 20 before we get done with everything here, so that's why we're there. It is not on the basis of enrollment. What we use is the GPR and tuition-based, so state funds and tuition, taking out those things that each campus has uniquely, like self-funded programs that they have, where the money is used to operate those programs. And so really that's the basis that we use for distributing.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? If not, I'll turn it back to... Oh.
Well, Mike, I understand we're going to have a resolution, and I understand what we're doing. It's really a difference between what platform do we do it on. I mean, the flexibility. I'm kind of a curmudgeon, because to me, this is only about one thing, and it's money. And this is a tough time, and we're all trying to figure out a way to solve the problem, find money to deliver quality and yet have affordability. In the higher education system, there's 5 sources of revenue. There's donations. UW-Madison's done a wonderful job of that. I brought up the buildings because, but for their ability to get donations, they wouldn't be able to advance the ball, and I asked about the impact of the capital budget because I don't want it to disincentivize that. The second area of revenue is program revenue. Now, this is an interesting problem because we never talk about program revenue. That's segregated fees. We build buildings with it. We've got a stadium in Madison that has 86,000 seats, and it paid for itself except the state. The people of Wisconsin have paid a $10 million bond part of it. But program revenue, we never talk about that stuff because it funds things. And the third one is research, and we know that Madison has been a huge success. It's flourished in the last 12 years, and compared to Michigan and California, but for them, we'd probably be #1 every year. And that's a piece of money that comes in the system. But then when you get all down to it, there's only 2 other revenue sources, and that's the state aids and tuition. And as to tuition, my problem with the tuition and where we're headed is that we can have all these plans, but at the end of the day, it comes down to affordability. And a body has to make that decision. The governor's budget says a new governance body will make it. This resolution says the Regents will continue to make it, and I think it's a good idea because it's a group that's had some experience with this and it's looking at the numbers. But it's affordability, and it's also, and here's the question, I'm kind of giving a speech, but I have a question. The other part of tuition is control. And the governor and the legislature has jealously guarded the control of tuition. And why? For a simple reason is that it's a political matter. They come around the election and the opponent says, this man raised the tuition, or this woman raised the tuition. And we all have to be aware of when we step forward, when it comes to tuition, we can have all the solutions we want, but there are some decision makers up the street that have jealously guarded that. And this applies to the Madison proposal as well as our proposal. If I've heard one thing with all the phone calls I've received and the emails I've received, it's about affordability and control of tuition. And I'd love to give it to this Board of Regents because I trust it. And I trusted the one 2 generations ago. But the fact of the matter is we can't be naive about who's really going to control that. And the final area of revenue is state investment. And this state for generations has invested in the facilities of this system. The Rice Lake mother, father paid taxes to build these buildings in Madison and Stevens Point and Wausau. And they keep investing every year because they invest for the future for their children and their children's generations. And the one thing I have a problem with the Madison proposal is that we balkanize the request for that state investment. We get into tribal warfare. And so I'm very supportive of putting these flexibilities and talking about it on one platform, a system platform, because I think Madison loses in the long run if it's fighting for that investment with Stevens Points and La Crosses. And so I think it's important that we recognize that this may be the best platform to do everything but for one thing, and that's tuition. And I asked Chancellor Martin, what was the deal breaker with the proposal? And she honestly said, control over revenue, tuition. So going forward, we ought to recognize that the decision makers we have to persuade that we should have more control over tuition than they traditionally want. I would still push for this resolution because I think granting these flexibilities is a tremendous step forward. Huge.
Chancellor Martin, did you want to say something? No,
Yes.
Chancellor Lovell did as well.
I yield the podium, Chancellor.
You want to go up or go wherever?
Despite some of the distressing things I've heard, I'm going to say very little and try to take the high road. I do want simply to correct a few things that have been said that are flatly false. President Riley used the example of Michigan as our model. We have said over and over again emphatically that the University of Wisconsin does not wish to be modeled after the University of Michigan. And to give their tuition numbers as a reason why Madison should not have separate status is unfair, and I think we should be arguing on the merits and the data. We don't want to be Michigan. We have actually said to our students their tuition increase would not be much higher, if higher at all, than it would be if the system had a 5.5% base increase and the Madison initiative, which the Regents have already approved, were added to it. That adds up to 9%. And their tuition increase would be in that range because we have other sources that we will use. I can see there is no point in my saying again why it astonishes me that you would ask Madison or ask yourselves to have an opportunity foregone that can save the quality of this extraordinary research university. I see that there's no point in my asking that, so I will stick with just correcting some of the misinformation that's been given here. Except to say the Wisconsin Idea Partnership, the Wisconsin Idea, which predates the system by 50 years, provides UW-Madison with all the operational flexibility proposed by Governor Walker. I don't think anyone sitting in this room can possibly not only not guarantee that, but even suggest that it's realistic. I believe President Riley said in a phone conference last week that there was no interest in the legislature in public authority status for the system. That is the only way that Madison could get all the flexibilities, all the budgetary authority, all the management of its own revenue that it could get if it had public authority status on its own. I want to remain open, and I want as badly as everyone sitting in this room for every campus to have the flexibilities it needs. There's a realistic prospect with the governor's budget to add on to that to ensure that each institution gets flexibility. Unless it's in statute that the flexibilities come to the campuses, having them go to system and then with a promise, I think does not do what the chancellors, both privately and some publicly, have been saying to everyone in the state they need from this system. Thank you.
Okay. Sure, and then we'll go to Chancellor Lovell.
Chancellor Martin, I'm glad to hear you say that you don't want to be Michigan. Honestly, maybe I wasn't listening closely enough, but I hadn't heard that from you before, so I'm sorry if I haven't.
I've said it about 3,000 times, and so does everyone else on our campus.
Well,
I believe I even said it in my remarks.
I hear a lot of people on your campus pointing to that as the model for the new Badger partnership. So there's some confusion. I'm not saying it's in your head.
I don't think there's confusion. People have all sorts of opinions on the campus. You're asking what does the Badger partnership propose? What does the university propose? Not what do various people on the campus say. I simply want us to, we can disagree, obviously we do. I simply, as I say to people on my campus who send me Twitter messages saying that one of you has said you'll increase tuition by 26%. We can disagree, but let's argue on facts. And it's really difficult to sit and listen to people making remarks that either imply or say explicitly things that we have already emphatically said are not the case.
Well, I guess what I'd say in response to that is we both are projecting toward the future. Right here. What will Madison look like? What will the system look like in the future? The tendency, I think, in the model you're advocating for is for tuition to go higher and sometimes considerably higher. The tendency, when you look at others where this model has applied, is for there to be a much larger percentage of out-of-state students. And no one chancellor or no one president can predict what a new board would do in 5 or 10 years. So we're trying to look long-term, and this is a long-term conversation about the future of our flagship and the future of our system and how well it will serve the state of Wisconsin. So I think we all need to look at what the facts are now at various places, and we can say we're not going there or we are, but we have to look at tendencies.
President Riley, could I counter, please, just
Sure.
for the sake of information, since it's a public meeting? To imply that we're headed toward Michigan without looking at the data we've provided, without having the board look at more data, simply on the basis of principles and allegations to say that's inevitable. First of all, Madison has a realistic possibility over time of creating sources of revenue that allow us to rely less on tuition than the other campuses, which was a point that has just been made about the other campuses. To suggest then that it's inevitable that Madison, if on its own, will increase tuition at high rates and become more like a Michigan is to forget that Madison has the revenue sources, and if it has the flexibility to control its own revenue, Madison would be able, actually, possibly, in a way that other campuses couldn't, to rely less on steep tuition increases. And that would be the plan. I don't want to argue about what might happen 20 years from now. You're right, I won't be here to say. I simply think that the suggestion that something is inevitable and that that's what we have in mind needs to be countered where it's not true. I also think it's a little bit contradictory for people on the board to say or imply if Madison is on its own, tuition will simply go up. And to say at the same time, we don't want a tuition cap because we rely on tuition and we want it to go up. Madison's commitment to private funding for tuition, for financial aid to cover tuition, is strong enough so that since I've been here, financial aid has increased 226%. And that will continue to occur. And I think Madison actually has potential that can help us keep affordability our highest priority.
Well, I hear you. I still believe, based on the evidence, that flagship institutions on their own tend to drive tuition up faster and in larger amounts than if they're part of a system. But
I think we should have that, if we want to have that discussion, let's get the data, because in the United States today, every state is doing something different based on its own history and its own opportunities. And it's not true that the University of Virginia has driven up tuition costs in the state of Virginia and other institutions or for itself. I mean, I'm just saying, let's get data and talk concretely, because what we're talking about here are generalities, projections about what Madison would do. There's not kind of smuttiness about Madison, which has tried only to do what's best for UW-Madison, which is critical to the health of the state, not at the expense of anyone, and with an effort to support flexibilities for everyone else. And we can still disagree, but I feel the disrespectful tone about what Madison has done is really unnecessary and problematic.
Well, let me say that. There was no disrespect intended, and I don't think saying we're smug and snotty is fair. We're trying, all right, good, I'm glad to hear that. We're trying to talk through a big public policy issue and not have ad hominem arguments made in either way. And let's take the high road. You're saying, Chancellor Martin, that what we're doing would forego for UW-Madison the flexibilities it needs for the future. I disagree. We want to get you all the flexibilities you need for the future. We want to have you have them right away. We're going to fight for that. We hope you would fight for that and for the flexibilities for everybody else under a model where the flagship is part of an integrated system with everybody else, because we believe that's what's worked for Wisconsin well, and with the flexibilities, we have to change, I agree with you. With the flexibilities for you and the others, we can continue to have that kind of a system that will continue to serve Wisconsin well for generations to come, long after you and I are no longer in our positions. Now, we disagree about the means to get there. You want a public authority with a separate board, separate from the system. We're saying for the reasons we've tried to lay out in a fact-based, reasonable way, we disagree about that. So let's not have smug and snotty accusations going back and forth. Let's try to focus on the big public policy issue.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Regent Lush.
Biddy, the statement that you can't get the flexibilities but through statute. You've heard me say the statutes, can be changed and never make an agreement with somebody who can't legally abide by it. But help me out why you need the statute versus the system, unless you're going to say system public authority or at the system level. Give me some. Why is it that you need it in a statute versus a regulation? Versus a regulation, a system regulation. What is it about the statute that's so significant? Because in my world, the statutory authority is just a contract.
Right. I think what a lot of chancellors have discussed is the fact that having the system become the equivalent of DOA doesn't do for the campuses what we need. Having those authorities delegated to the campuses in the statute, in the law that we're about to propose, assures the campuses that the benefits come to the campuses. As President Riley said, none of us is going to be in our positions in 10 to 20 years. I think the campuses and the faculty, staff, and students on those campuses need the assurance that the benefits of these administrative flexibilities and control over revenue actually accrue to those at the level at which we do our work. I don't mean every single thing, but I think that's why I'm talking about an assurance other than simply we'll delegate as we can or as we think appropriate.
You need a matrix, a better contract.
And I want to make one other correction, if I could quickly, Regent Walsh. You said that I said to you the most important thing about the public authority model for Madison was revenue in the form of tuition. That's not what I meant to say, and I don't think it's what I said.
Let me tell you what you said, because I didn't just say that. I said to you, what is the deal breaker?
Right.
And you said two things. I need control over tuition. That's a deal breaker if I don't have it.
Right.
That's what you said. I did.
I don't remember the exact conversation.
Corporate government.
I don't know what.
Excuse me. Shared government.
You know what we want? We just want a realistic prospect of preserving the strength of a great university that's competing in a market that no one else is competing in, and which means the world to this state. And I didn't say tuition alone. What we get in public authority, which wasn't even what we had started out wanting, is the ability to control and manage revenues overall, not just tuition. And in fact, the ability actually to own one's own resources as opposed to have them part of the general fund so that program revenue is not swept, so that seg fees are not swept. That's what gives you the flexibility financially, concretely, actually to be able to rely less on tuition and to make up over time, to be sure, some of these drastic cuts. So when I say management of revenue, I'm not talking about tuition indicatively. I'm talking about actually having the campuses have sources of revenue that are defined as belonging to the campuses so they can't be swept as part of general fund budget deficit closures. And that's a huge difference from simply having a little bit more flexibility on the margins in discrete domains. And that's what public authority gets us. I'd be very happy if all of this were part of a unified scheme. I also think it's important to be realistic. And based even on what you, President Riley, said in the Chancellor's phone call last week, I think what's most realistic at this point is what we have on the table with the possibility of having the other campuses get the flexibilities they need. It's I think, not a disagreement in goals, it's a disagreement about how to get there.
Chancellor Lovell has patiently waited here.
Well, thank you, and that discussion is going to be fairly difficult to follow. But I think that we've had a lot of discussion about what the flexibilities mean and why they're so important. And I think we all need to understand that the system we're currently trying to operate under is broken. We talked about employees and the salaries. We cannot be competitive. We're worried about the quality that we're going to be able to offer during the current budgetary constraints. And we're talking about tuition. We don't want the students and the families in Wisconsin to bear the current problems that we're under. So under this situation, the best thing for us to do as a campus, and Biddy has just alluded to it, is diversifying our income streams. And how do we do that? Well, under the current system we're operating under, it's very difficult for us to strategically invest in new areas which we know can grow both our student base and our revenue without, because our money is set up in pots that we can't invest those things into. And so what we really need is the ability to be able to have that flexibility on our campuses to figure out we're all different. Which areas can we all grow in? I know in our campus, I see our provost Johannes Britz is sitting over there. His college, the School of Information Science, generates several $1 million a year. It's a very tiny school in online learning. We have a big push for digital future that if we strategically invested in, we could make tens of millions of dollars a year on our campus by doing that. Right now, we don't have the flexibility to do those investments, and that is why the flexibilities are so important for all of our campuses. I think you've talked to all the chancellors. They all know the areas that they could grow in, but we don't always have the flexibility to take the money that's coming to our campuses and invest it in those areas. So,
thank you, Chancellor Lovell. Regent Davis.
I guess I want to say that while, with respect for disagreeing with you and your ability to disagree with me, I think that this board would be remiss in its responsibility as a board of trustees for the entire system if it didn't fight to the death for flexibilities for all the campuses. So despite the let's be a realistic statement, I can understand you're having that position, but I hope you understand why some of us don't have that position, because what we need to do is to put our best feet, whatever, forward, continue to refine accountabilities and all that stuff that I've heard from the chancellors and what Michael said he's doing to refine our argument, to be able to go to our constituencies around this state and win. And I don't think for us to conceive that, well, the only way that Madison's going to be optimized as the flagship that it is if we just kind of assume that Madison's got to go first, and maybe there'll be a study in UWM, and then after that, maybe, and that these campuses at the beginning of the cuts still have both their hands tied behind their backs. I just really find, I just want you to understand where I'm coming from, which is that we need to put our best foot forward and fight for flexibilities for all.
I agree that there's something between those two options.
Maybe.
There really is, and we're not even thinking about it. We're just deciding if we are the one way or it's...
But aren't you as guilty of that as you may feel? Because
I've been involved in no discussion since this came out at the system level. What we saw today, I saw for the first time. Just like the other plans that were disclosed.
But I'm saying your position, though, hasn't changed, at least as you've articulated it to us. It has been the same articulation of what you are about and what you are for.
I think that I'm for the same thing you are. I'm for the same thing you are. I'm simply saying we have a realistic option on the table because of the governor's budget. Let's amend that in a way that ensures the other campuses get flexibilities. More realistic than going statute by statute now and coming up with something that can be picked apart in the legislature and ends up with very little for any of us, which is my fear. We've got something coherent, integrated. Let's work on how we can come up with board-to-board coordination, if that's how we end up. Let's make sure that the bill is in a form that gives flexibilities for the other campuses. There are ways of doing that short of doing a different thing, which, using the Wisconsin idea, essentially tries to do away with the really realistic option on the table for UW-Madison. I just think it's a shame.
Chancellor Powell.
A quick conceptual observation. I think what's difficult is the Madison scenario, the institution has its own board. What we're talking about, we don't. And so, that's why the timing on this, I don't quite know how it works. If you go with the Madison first and everybody later, does that mean, there's no more Board of Regents and we all have our own boards? And, so that, I think, makes this almost apples and oranges in a sense. It's very difficult.
Regent Tripp.
Okay. I'm going to add this to one more thing the governor has accomplished. He has accomplished dividing us here today by, putting in the budget, splitting off Madison. He has created this division. And I think if there's one thing we should know about the governor is he's going to do what he wants to do. And if he wants to split off Madison, he's going to split off Madison. So it pains me that we're having this intra-fraternal frenzy of feeding amongst us, because It's because of what the governor has done, not because of what anyone is here. And the state capitol is in the hands of right-wing extremists. And I wouldn't even say extremists, I would say extremists. And it's not the people in the rotunda, it's the people in the governor's office and in the Republican Senate and Assembly. And I guess nobody wants to say that, but that's true, okay? Regent Walter said it very well when he talked about people in Rice Lake paying for the buildings in Madison and Stevens Point and elsewhere. Higher public education it's a simple and beautiful idea that the people of the state pay for a high-quality, affordable public education system. We're moving totally away from that. And all our talk about flexibility, it might be great for some campuses, but basically I think what we're looking at, if this biennium and the next biennium, we're looking at the beginning of the end of affordable higher public education as we have known it in this state. The governor gave us tools that we didn't ask for. He didn't only give them to us, he put them in our hands and made us bludgeon our employees with them to the tune of $90 million that will not create any savings for our institution. So the discussion to me is fairly meaningless that we're having here. I mean, everybody can say what they want, and that's great, but it's meaningless because the governor is going to do what he's going to do, and he doesn't care what the people in this room think. He doesn't care what the people in the state think when it came to collective bargaining.
A perfect segue into the
Everybody's just setting you up.
into the motion at hand, and that is that we ask the Joint Finance Committee that this idea of an authority for Madison be taken out of the budget bill. They can put it in some other form or process or whatever they want, but it's up. My reasons are not anything other than that this is a great risk to the system and the Madison campus to have this question in the budget bill process in an atmosphere of toxic partisanship. We are all the sorcerer's apprentice sitting around here. Something has been unleashed and we have no say in it. The one little tiny chance we have is if we could take this out of the budget, the authority idea out of the budget. And this does not conflict with this other resolution that we have before us. And then present our ideas for the system and our ideas for flexibility. But this incredible toxic soup that we're in now, to risk anything, belies our responsibilities as trustees. At least we have to try to get it out into a better process. So that's the reason for this motion.
But your motion didn't have the positive side to it, as I remember it.
Well, we have another resolution.
But I mean, your motion said just take it out. It didn't say put it somewhere else. It didn't say reconsider it.
No, I said the Finance Committee can decide where to put it.
So could you articulate could you
read the motion?
Yeah, could you is it written, Regent Loftus, or
Yeah.
you just, or did somebody get it? Go ahead.
Not that one. That the Regents ask the Joint Finance Committee to remove from consideration in budget the question of making Madison an authority.
And all the issues associated.
But then do something with it, so it...
If you insist, and that it be put in, that a blue ribbon commission be established. Governor Knoll's favorite blue ribbon commission.
Well, does that mean that we have no decision for a year and a half?
No. We have another resolution here that we would vote on. Draft
As an alternative.
as an alternative. And then the discussion on flexibility. At least I have another resolution.
Yes, everyone has that resolution, Regent Loftus, so you're not.
I said if I'm going to vote on a motion, I want to see it.
Yeah. How about we take a 5-minute break, if that's okay, and then we can come up with regional office and come up with draft language, and then we'll come and debate it. So let's take a 5-minute break.
You know, when you were starting out, I think you're actually, you should have seen this thing. We were clicking.
People have said that a lot about the last year and a half in post-Bradley.
You don't think that I sit here saying, make it easier. Oh, we could have done this during my...
I hope you probably.
I appreciate your existence.
Okay, are we back? Guess we're not. We're going to. I sent out the vice president to round up a few extra board members.
You're in Illinois.
Yeah.
I wanted clarification on the motion, because my original interpretation of what Regent Loftus proposed was simply that the removal of the authorities was just simply that would not happen, and that, in a sense, the system would stay intact. I guess I don't understand why there would be a need for a separate study.
He's going to do it. We're going to clarify it, and I never was in favor of blue ribbon commissions anyway.
Because you were never asked to be.
No, they came up with recommendations you couldn't pass.
So would you like to read your resolution, Regent Loftus?
Well, I think that as David has suggested, that if we pass the budget resolution that we have here, it implies that the authority is gone.
Okay, so you're comfortable
You know,
with
never
that?
have so many words been used to say something's a bad idea.
Well, the second last resolve, Tom, the second last clause on page 2 states be it further resolved that the system board believes any action that would break up, so it is in that.
All right, so I think that my lawyer here, which I'm not paying, is right. If we just adopt this resolution, it implies what I was suggesting.
If I might, and just in brief defense of the draft biennial budget resolution that may be offered and endorsed, while a lot of words, it also very clearly articulates a way forward in a very positive, forward-looking direction of what we are for. So that is also
supports the idea part.
right. Yes,
Assume we have a motion in a second. We can say
so you're not
I'm
moving
withdrawing
forward.
that, and I would move adoption of this.
Okay. Okay. So it's been moved and seconded. We're now in the discussion phase. Regent Walsh.
So he withdrew his.
He withdrew his, and we're going right to the.
I really want to say something, and John, this isn't personal, but I have to strongly disagree with you about how the present governor is going to react to this motion. This is a huge public issue. It's a sea change in higher education. It is important to him and his supporters and everybody in the state. And this isn't collective bargaining, and I disagree with you that he won't listen, because I'm listening to people who call me from all over the state. This is a huge issue, and damn it, it demands that it be discussed in the public and that we have meetings like this and that we take it before the decision makers. And I have all the confidence in the world that they'll use their best judgment and they'll make a decision that they think is in the best interest of the state of Wisconsin. They may not agree with me or you or anyone else here, but I'm confident that they'll give a good deal of thought to it. And I just don't want them to approach this as if this is a war over something else. It's about higher education in Wisconsin. It's a big issue, and we will be heard.
Yes, Regent Spector and then Regent Kern.
I just want to piggyback on what David said. I've watched over more years than I care to remember a joint spy. I go back to the Kellett Commission. I was actually on the Kellett Commission that recommended the merger 42 years ago. I have observed that
things go into whether joint finance or to the committees, and Tom knows better than anybody, and when they do get fought about, often the result is much different than where you started. And I take the position that the governor and his people, like David, are out to make public policy in good faith, and they will listen, and they will respond to the people, and they will think about what we say. And maybe that's unduly optimistic, but I'm affected by Dr. Billings, she said, just because something's impossible doesn't mean it isn't worth doing, and you'd be optimistic about it. And I feel that way about this process. And I think we should do all we can, as the resolution says, and through much more information out to the public to make that happen. But I think we should not think the worst to start with. I think we should think that people have the best interest of the system at heart, and we need to talk about it. And I wanted to read one thing, if I could, that has influenced me. Biddy's not here, I don't think, but in the On Wisconsin magazine, which is the alumni magazine, Bud Selig was interviewed. And Bud Selig said, he talked about a mentor he had from the Detroit Tigers back in the early 70s, and he said, he taught me the basic lesson that so many in baseball and sports never learn. The sport transcends all of us. The only way you should ever decide anything is on what's in the best interest of baseball, he said. And he went on to say, and he said, this gentleman said, Bud, I told you, now you're going to be in this sport for a long time. You always do what's in the best interest of the game, not what's in the best interest of the Detroit Baseball Club or the Milwaukee Baseball Club. And it's a very tough lesson, but he was right. And I would like to think today that this sport has gone on to bigger and better things because that's what we do, at least what most people do. And I think the analogy isn't perfect, but it's reasonable. That we're talking here about something that affects the people of the state. David's talked about the access of all the people of the state to this great institution, which I went to 50 years ago when I couldn't get into one other school that I applied to, and was there for me just the way it's been there for lots of people. And I think that's what ultimately we're going to talk about here, more and reasonably and sensibly. But that's an issue, and we got to think about it that way. That's our job. That's where we're appointed. That's what the statute says we're supposed to do. We're supposed to think about the whole system, of which Madison is a key component, but only one component. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Spector. Regent Crane.
What I have to say is similar to what both Mike and David have just said. And as I said at the last meeting in which we were discussing these issues, I too am a Madison alum and tremendously proud of that, and care very much about the future of that campus. But I also care about higher education across the state and the public sector. I do believe that both Madison and and all our other institutions are strengthened by the fact that they're part of a system that has common goals and that wants to bring about what this state needs for its students and its families. The other thing that I specifically want to mention is that in these last couple of weeks, one of the things that has been disturbing to me is that such major issues that affect all life in this state in many ways have not been fully debated. And I think this is a good example of this. I think that it's a matter of really understanding all parts of what the separation might mean. And I don't think that is all understood. I don't see how it possibly could have. This is a complicated issue, and it needs, if it is going to be discussed and proposed as we go on by anyone, as we move on, it needs to have a good deal more public discussion by us, but also by lots of other people in parts of the state. And I don't think that that's happened. People have reacted, but there has not been public debate about something that's very important. And I feel strongly that this is not appropriate, that we must take the kind of action that's proposed.
Regent Davis.
Is this the resolution?
This is the resolution that's currently on the table.
And what I really like about it is that it talks about what we're for. And, and I think we all agree that we need to be consistently talking about what we're for and what will be enhanced as a result of what we're asking for. So it does do that. I have a question, though, and just because I don't know why I feel the need to do this, but I, too, am a Madison grad, just so people know. I graduated from law school here, but I'm also Oshkosh and proud of that. And I live in Milwaukee, so just want to make sure everybody understands that I have a background. Everybody seems to feel the need to say, I went to that institution, so I want to make sure I put it on the record I did too. So, anywho, my question is, with respect to public authority status for the entire system, I'm not sure that I'm clear about what does that mean, what does that look like, and what differentiates that from what we currently are. Could someone please explain that to me?
I can. Let me respond to that, Regent Davidson. We're explicitly in this resolution not having the board ask for that. So
no, it says a study. I'm sorry,
right.
just to put that on the record. Yeah.
We are directed in the governor's budget, unless it comes out, to do a study of that as regards UW-Milwaukee.
Right.
So we're going to be looking, presuming we go ahead with that study, at that whole concept much more closely. And as we're working with Tom Stafford and Michael Morgan and others on this, I think one of the things that's come clear is public authorities are individually defined in the statutes that create them. So there's no, prototype model for a public authority out there. The one actual model we have, is, of course, that's been around for a while, is the hospitals, the hospital authority in the state. But I don't know if Tom is still here, but he is. He's tutored us to understand that it really is a function of how the law that creates any public authority gets written. So, Tom, do you want to add anything to that?
Regents, President Riley has described, I think, accurately the structure and the form, the bones of a public authority really are in the hands of the maker, which is the legislature. So it can be what the legislature wishes it to be or not wishes it to be. So I think that the motion here in the resolution is simply to have that option looked at in some fashion. As President Riley pointed out, it's not to suggest that would necessarily happen. I can answer questions about them. The hospital is a good example of that. It's very similar to what Madison has set up with a board appointed by the governor with some constituent groups as part of it. Some of the public authorities have more flexibilities and more things they can do on their own than others. So there's a lot of room within that structure to create what it is that you're looking for. If that answers your question, Regent.
No, neither one of you have really. I mean, maybe I tried a different way.
Are you asking if there are certain minimum things that have to be in
Yeah,
it?
well, I'm just wondering what our intention was when we say, listen, it says that endorses the careful future study of alternative structures for leading and managing. So that gives me a hint as to what a public authority would do, but I'm not understanding what it would do differently than what we currently have. And that's what I'm not. And I understand it's a creature of the legislature and it's whatever the legislature, but what's our point of view?
I think, let me take a shot. I think the intention of that language in here is simply to sort of express our openness to new and different models of university governance in the years ahead. I think there is clearly, it isn't entirely clear, I think, quite frankly, what a public authority would look like for the University of Wisconsin-Madison, although it's outlined in the detail, but obviously there are a lot of questions related to that. It is clearly not at all clear what a public authority for the University of Wisconsin system would look like. I think one of the reasons to put that in this resolution is to express our openness to a conversation and a debate and study and review and analysis of what that would look like, recognizing that at some point in time that may be a model that someone would like to pursue, but it certainly makes sense to carefully think through the benefits and costs of that. So I think that was the purpose of it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Is that helpful?
Yes, it was.
Regent True and then Regent Baskett. Regent True.
I would urge everyone to vote against this resolution. This is a tepid response to a horrendous budget that is an assault on our faculty, our staff, our students, prospective students by ending the Wisconsin Covenant, undocumented students by ending the in-state tuition, does nothing for the growth agenda, does nothing for access. This is bad public policy. This isn't an earthquake that we can't control. We need to be stronger in our response.
Regent Vasquez.
I am going to vote in favor of the resolution, simply because I think that we at least need to this resolution forward in the manner that it is. And in doing so, I'm also reminded that we are a public institution. I'm going to state the obvious, and that is that as a public institution, we are ultimately at the whims or at the guidance of a randomly selected or elected group of individuals that are elected to govern the state. And I'm sorry that Chancellor Martin is not in the room, at least I don't see her, that when I joined this board, I joined a system that was protected, so to speak, by state statute for 40 years. And here we are talking about a statute that is about to be changed. And tie back to my comment about the elected officials is that those of us that are either governing in terms of a Board of Regents or public sector employees, there are no guarantees when you are ultimately governed or overseen by a group of randomly elected people that come to those positions for all sorts of different reasons. The best that we can do is try to govern, at least at our level, and ask our administrators to administer the stewardship that has been given to us in the best way that we possibly can, and to mitigate these kinds of assaults that are created. And I think that would I have liked a much stronger language? Sure. But I think that this is the best at this particular time. And so I would hope that we do have a unanimous endorsement of this resolution.
Thank you. Regent Wingate, and I apologize. I forgot about you, but I'm back to you.
No problem. Well, I guess I'm not a Madison student, so don't have that connection there. But I turned down Madison and went to the great comprehensive campus in my backyard. But I definitely respect the work that Madison does and the quality of the education. And I guess I'd like to echo President Riley's and other regents' perspectives and the consequences of separating Madison from the system, but really like to focus on the message that we have as a board and maybe reflect some of the conversations I've had with students across the state on this issue and student leaders in particular. I really feel like we need to focus on the substance of this issue, and I think we've tried to do that as a board to a large extent. But because of the relationships involved, it's been hard for me, and it's hard to separate those kind of emotional arguments out of it. And while I have such respect for UW-Madison and the administration and their intentions, it's hard for me to not feel in some way deceived by the process that's went through. And I've really had to set aside those emotions because they'll pull on you and break you, and I've really had to focus on the substance, and that's what I've tried to do with student leaders across the system. And after a lot of time thinking about this, talking with student leaders, and speaking for the perspective of the majority of student leaders across the state that I've talked to, I'm confident that saying separating Madison from the rest of the system is a bad idea. It's a bad idea. It's a bad idea for my home campus, University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire. It's a bad idea for the Wisconsin idea. And I think, speaking to what Regent Crane had mentioned, it's a bad idea because I think largely this idea has been formulated behind closed doors, and it hasn't happened in the public light. I think what this idea needs is to follow an open process where communities across the state of Wisconsin are part of this conversation, much like the public, thoughtful, informed process that went into forming the UW system. And we need to have that conversation as citizens of the state. I think that's one of the major concern that I would have. And I think I feel we need to be very clear about this as a board. And we have a problem as a board if our position isn't clear, because I have people approaching me thinking that the board is supportive of the new Badger partnership, right? Because of the confusions involved in it, right? The flexibilities Madison wants and needs are being put under the same umbrella as separating from the system. And I think we need to be very clear as a board that those two issues are separate and do not depend on each other. And moreover, I think the message from this board is that we have to stand firmly against Madison spinning off from the system, and we have to be very clear about that. Otherwise, I feel our perspective gets lost in the confusion of the issue. And the general public that we're trying to have this conversation with is easy to overlook or misunderstand. And I think it makes it even more crucial that chancellors and regents and leaders from governance groups and members of governance groups across the state speak with the same voice. And that's why I feel it's so important that we get behind this resolution, that we advocate so strongly for a positive alternative to this situation. Because without that, I believe without that unity, we're going to fail at reaching some sort of positive outcome for the UW system and UW-Madison. And we won't be able to give the flexibilities and strength that the UW system needs. And I feel that reflects the conversations I've had with the majority of student leaders across the system as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Regent White.
Thank you for...
I finally got to...
No, that's fine. Thank you for respecting the rant of an outgoing regent.
You still got time.
Just very briefly.
Not gone.
I'm going to support this for all the reasons that have been said, and particularly because it is, as you said, a positive alternative. It's time I think we get on.
Would you speak up,
Can't hear you.
Mr. Brown?
Saying I was going to support, I'm definitely going to support this for all the reasons that have been said, in addition for the reason that I think, as you said, a positive alternative. And it's time I think we get in the offense on this, to use the sports term, as opposed to being on the defense, where, for reasons that we don't have to go into, I think unfortunately, we've been probably in the past couple of weeks. But in saying that, I want to recognize, too, and I think it's been about a month since we learned of this, of the proposal, and I want to recognize, especially I think, and we saw again today, how important leadership is, of our leaders of the board, Chuck and Mike, and Ken, leadership of our system, Kevin Riley. Again, we saw how interesting and difficult that sometimes can be, and you've been put in a very difficult situation the last month, and you've showed exceptional leadership in keeping us informed, consulting with us, and communicating with us and communicating with the citizens of the state of Wisconsin. And part of this voting for this resolution in support of your leadership, and I hope we can show that again today.
Well, that's very nice, and I want to say, as Calvin Trillin, the satirist, likes to, I haven't had so much fun since the hogs ate little sis.
The hogs ate little sis. Fish and amenities.
Thank you. I just want to say that I've been listening to all this the last couple of meetings, and where I come from, we argue things, and we do say things about each other that sometimes aren't nice, and we get mad at each other. And so when I came here at the last meeting, the emergency meeting, and everyone was so nice to everybody else, I was kind of taken aback by that, because I think what happened was we sent the message that we were all fine with all of this. And I think we may have given the other chancellors, the wrong idea that this is great, why don't you go do it too? And I didn't think that was the message we should send, but that's just my own personal feeling. I respect the strong words of Regent Drew. I think we need to show that strength, and I think we need to convey, as Aaron has said, that we don't support that, because I think people are confused by us being so civilized. And I understand that we should do that on our campuses, and we should be civil to one another, but civility, you can take it so far, and then it becomes too much. I mean, I felt like
It's looking like good travel.
I wanted to hear some more New York nasty, but I
I really do think that we should support this resolution. I know I'd feel better if it was stronger, but we do have to do something. We do have to take the offense, and I think that this is the first good step. We've only been in this for a month because we weren't told about it, and I think we should have been 3 months ago or whenever it started happening. So that's why I'm going to support it. I wish it was stronger. I agree with Regent Drew.
Regent Evers.
Can we assume, or can I assume that when whoever testifies on behalf of the board at Joint Finance Committee, some of those issues that Regent Drew has brought up will be dealt with? Or is this like the comprehensive statement of all our budget?
Not at all. And let me just say, and then you can add. I mean, look, this is a very, very specifically designed to deal with the issue of flexibilities and our ability and of the need of our campuses to have flexibilities to deal with whatever the budget result is, at the end of the budgetary process. I think we absolutely, personally, I feel this, and others can agree or disagree. I think we have an obligation as stewards of this public university to make the case in the legislature about the need to reinvest in this university system. I think we need to talk about the fact that it is 6.1 cents of every state tax dollar as opposed to 8.2 cents of every state tax dollar. And no matter what you say, that is a challenge and that is a problem, and that reflects a priority decision that we would hope would be different at the end of the budget process. And we can make a whole range of other points along the way in the conversation. This is simply designed to sort of be for this board to endorse a way forward in terms of whatever the other decisions that are made. What can we do to provide flexibilities to our campuses and to the leaders of our campuses so that they can manage in what we already know is going to be a difficult time, no matter even if we win a little bit in the course of that. Is that
Thank you.
reasonably?
That's great.
Regent Bartel.
I think each of us has our own views of the manner in which this has come to us. We didn't know about it until 3-4 weeks ago, and I have urged privately that we leave aside that issue of whether we should have been told, how we should have been involved, all of that. The fact of the matter is, as Chancellor Martin has said, this is an opportunity for us. It's an opportunity for us to obtain the kinds of flexibility and independence that we have been arguing for a long time. And we shouldn't pass up that opportunity without serious consideration. I think that it is possible to meld the new Badger partnership with the Wisconsin IDEA partnership and put them together. And that's what this resolution basically argues for. I'm a little puzzled, as Danae is, about what public authority can do that this Board of Regents can't do, because the Board of Regents could be reconstituted in its numbers or in its constituents or whatever, and you'd have a legal entity that could do the same thing as a public authority. I mean, it's just a different name. And if that's what it took to get this proposal adopted, I, for one, would be willing to give up my seat. As much as I love serving on this board, I'd be willing to give up my seat to a governor's appointee or something. If it needed to be some other group that's sitting here doing what we're doing, I have every confidence that they would do a good job. I think it should be one board, though. I don't think it should be two boards. I was thinking this morning as we heard this presentation, and I've mentioned this to some of you, do you think this would be easier to meet those challenges that we heard about if we had 2 or 3 boards governing higher education in Wisconsin? I don't think so. So I support this. I think we should move forward as constructively as possible, leaving aside whatever bitterness and that we have about how this came to us. It does deserve more. The proposal of separating Madison and the system deserves a whole lot more consideration than it's been given so far. But I think this resolution gets us moving forward. I would hope that there would be some consideration of, even before it gets to joint finance, of getting a more unified front from all of the chancellors in the system.
Mr. President, I move we vote.
And in that case, we will move to a vote unless I'll consider that one of those motions that preempt everything else. All those in favor of the biennial budget resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
That resolution, as I believe, agreed to. So we are, I thank the board for that. I would also say, I mean, and just in conclusion on that front, you know, I think we need to now take this up several notches, and I think we're all committed to doing that. And I think it now becomes, with a plan, our responsibility as regents, as chancellors, as leaders of the university system, to take this out to the people of Wisconsin and advocate for it, talk about it, make our case about it, as well as obviously to the legislature and otherwise. So, as we go forward, any help you're prepared to offer in that regard, I think we will be gratefully received. And I think it's a very important sort of going forward that we do that, as well as a whole bunch of other things.
Call upon us.
We will. And volunteer, may I add, as well. Just one other thing before we move on to other business. I did want to share a couple items of interest. At the American Council on Education's annual meeting earlier this week in Washington, President Riley's term as a member of the ACE's Board of Directors was extended for 3 more years. ACE is the umbrella National Higher Education Association encompassing colleges and universities of all types at all levels. We congratulate Kevin on representing Wisconsin so well in these kinds of major national venues. And speaking of outstanding service, you will find in your folder 2 commendations on behalf of the board expressing our appreciation to 2 of our colleagues who have recently served in one of the most, I think Regent Bradley pointed out last night, thankless jobs as being interim chancellors. We'd like to thank Chris Markwood, interim chancellor at UW Superior, who very capably stepped in when Chancellor Julius Erlenbach stepped down. Chris is now headed to a new opportunity in Texas, so we also wish him safe travels. And we'd also like to thank Marv Van Kekritz, who served as interim chancellor at UW Colleges and UW Extension until the new chancellor, Ray Cross, arrived. I don't think Marv has any travel issues. I think, in fact, fairly short commutes involved. But we thank Marv, again, for stepping in. Next, the final issue that we turn our attention to before we go into closed session is a matter that was raised at a previous board meeting, namely voter ID legislation, which is before the legislature. We promised to bring this back for fuller discussion. A quick recap of where I believe the bills currently stand. Senate Bill 6 is before the Senate and has been amended, but those amendments do not include any provision related to the use of university ID cards. There's also a provision, I believe, in the legislation that extends the residency requirement from 10 to 28 days. Is that correct? And unless the elector who doesn't meet the residency requirement formally resided at another location in the state. So as a result of the conversation we had at the board level last time we met, we have put forward a voter ID resolution, which was in your packet, a draft, which specifically and sort of explicitly deals with the board taking a position on 2 areas of concern that in our judgment would make it very difficult for students to continue to participate at the level that they have been able to participate in the democracy of Wisconsin. And you can read that resolution, but I guess I would first ask if someone would be willing to offer it. Second. And so that the voter ID resolution is before us. We're open for discussion. Oh,
Regent Drew.
I'd like to speak against the resolution. Certainly the amendments on the 10-day resolution, 10-day residency and the student ID are very helpful and very positive amendments. But let me tell you, one of the things we do on election day sometimes in my local union, we give rides to the polls. People call up and we give people who aren't able to get to the polls a ride. I happened to answer the phone last November, and a woman by the name of Olivia Sermonera was on the other end, and she was asking for a ride to the polls. So I said, sure, you're just a couple of blocks away. I'll be over there in a few minutes. She's 94 years old, a retiree from American Motors in Kenosha, a UAW retiree, born in Italy, immigrated to this country. She was severely bent over. She was short to begin with, and she was bent over probably to about half my height. And she looked up at me, and she said she was happy that they had sent such a tall guy over to help her. You know, with great difficulty, I got her into my car and got her over to the polling place, and she walked in, and her name was on the list, and she voted. Now, I don't know if Olivia Sermonera had a photo ID. Nobody asked her for a photo ID. She was a registered voter. She voted. And, you know, these amendments, I understand we're concerned about our students. You know, the residency requirement probably applies to more than just our students. But I'm not willing to throw Olivia Sermonera under the bus on this resolution because it might help our students. This is bad public policy. This disenfranchises huge groups of people. It is attacking a problem that does not exist to any degree, as an infinitesimal amount of voter fraud that goes on. So for those reasons, I'm against this resolution as written.
Thank you, Regent. Okay, so I first want to say that I have a challenge. Regent Loftus had to leave to go talk to the Madison faculty, and he gave me the impossible task of carrying his wishes on this resolution.
And he chose you.
I can. Right. So
The kind of challenge you need.
So I can tell you that he strongly disfavors the Senate Bill 6, and that I'll maybe leave it up to your imagination with what exact extensive language he disfavors Senate Bill 6 and with what exact language he would use to portray that. I think one message that he gave me that I think I resonates with me quite strongly is that we haven't heard from students on this. There's been so many other issues that have come before us that it's hard to know exactly how students would feel even if we get these amendments. And so I think we have to strongly push for these amendments, but at the same time have to leave it open for us to consider what that final result after these amendments are put in looks like. I don't think we can say if we get these amendments, then we support the bill. And I don't think that's exactly what it says. It says in the absence of such amendment, we oppose it. But I think just to make that point that there are a lot of issues that come with this, and even though students have been in the Capitol for the past couple weeks, I don't think the first thing on their minds has been voter ID legislation. And so I think we need to keep that open and strongly oppose. I think voter ID, personally, I strongly oppose voter ID legislation in every case. But I think in particular we need to advocate for these amendments, but not consign ourselves to if we get them, then we're in any way in favor.
Okay, thank you, Regent Wynn. All right, and Regent Loftus and whatever multiple personalities here.
I'm going to suggest that we vote in favor of this resolution. I wanted to respond a little bit to what Aaron and John said. There's nothing in this resolution that precludes the United Auto Workers or the student government or anybody else from informing the legislature they don't agree with this bill. Nothing stops you from doing that. The only question is what's the appropriate thing at this point in time for our board to do. And I suggest the most appropriate thing at this point in time for our board to do on this matter is to act within things that directly affect our constituent, those that we are responsible for, and that is the students here. Does that mean I favor the rest of the bill? Not necessarily. But we're in my regent hat. Given all the other things we're dealing with the legislature, I think it would be wise for us to limit ourselves to this because it's directly relevant to us and doesn't go beyond unnecessarily, nor does it preclude anybody else from going beyond as they choose to do, as individuals or as members of a group. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Spector. Other comments? If not, are we prepared to vote? If so, all those in favor of the voter ID resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
That resolution is agreed to. And I believe we are ready to take what I would hope would be at most a 5-minute break. It is 4 o'clock, and then we'll move into closed session.